there's also the chance that the Warriors of Light reveal themselves, put on their relic armor, and help Fafnir. And it wouldn't coincide with like the moral dilemmas that are always placed. Like, for instance, when the Doctor creates the Kardashian scientist who genocided all of those people, and then he winds up deleting the guy in the end. Is that pretty much like companies starting to become like basically like have property ownership to the point that they're monopolizing the price on properties? Because companies own like 200, 300, 400 houses, and they're just not selling those houses under a specific price. Need some advice. D&D campaign first quest is our water supply is fucked. We need people to unfuck it. How can I get the players to be the ones to do it? Why wouldn't anyone else volunteer? Could either be knowledge of the area, so they have really good knowledge and they're the ones that know the route, or they're like size matters, right? Like maybe they're really small or really tall or really skinny or something, so they can only fit in the crevice that could go. So like something about their physical features or something about their knowledge of the area. I think I'm a hoarder of channel points. Well, it's not like you can really spend them on anything, right? I mean, yeah, sure, there's some funny things, but still. Fun, we fucked around today, but that's okay. We did some good stuff too, you know? Gotta have some discussions for a little bit of time, kill the downtime. We even had the react go on for a little bit, but that's the way it is, right? So, hey, thanks for hanging out, thanks for coming by, thanks for having fun, and remember, as always, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Just the main characters are, like, in trouble kind of idea, to, oh, the entire tree is in trouble, to, oh shit, the entire continent is in trouble, to, oh fuck, the entire world is in trouble. Well, of course not. If you had the same stakes at the beginning as the end, they would be cold. You need to let them rest before you eat, but not that long. Exactly, Wombat. You know, it's like, it's pretty much beef jerky by that point. Yeah, see, I think that's actually a really good point. It is a lot easier to turn a short story than a fucking novel into a movie. Because they're, like, you're more over expanding on the short story than you are crunching down, like, the book. I had an idea once for a film that follows the life of an American kid as he grows up, finds love, joins the military during World War II, goes to Europe, and then just gets shot in the head out of nowhere. No clean resolution, so much unfinished business. But so true, Wombat. Because that's how it happens. You're just going about your day, and then the next thing you know, you're fucking dead. But their concubines are voted in by the people. So only female octopi have any chance of being like the president or the vice president. So unless they have some sort of way of separating the vice presidency and the presidency from the concubine state of the monarch, there will never be a point where an avian or an insectoid could be either the president or the vice president. It's not the events that happen, it's the events that the media reports on. And people think that so many events of something happened, like 3 months ago or so when the media reported on like 8 of those like Boeing crashes. And it was like all about Boeing and everything. And it was like, well, if you look at like the amount of, like, Boeing owns 80% of the entirety of like all commercial planes. So when you're talking about all of the commercial planes over the course of the year, and you're talking about within this small period they reported on 8 crashes, it seems like a lot, but it's actually like even under the average. Bye, beautiful bitches. True, there you go, Muffin. I rarely go to streams for the actual content. I'm here for conversation, not content per se. And that's kind of what the stream is, to facilitate engagement and conversation on an individual level, to facilitate the sharing of ideas, spreading of ideas, manipulating, molding, and refining of ideas, new perspectives, and everything like that. No, we didn't. We just copied and pasted. It was pretty great. But that's the editing process, right? Moving shit around, figuring shit out. We made a couple of new character profiles. That's what matters. So, remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. Hey Zoink, how's it going, bro? Welcome, welcome. So I gotta try this. Let's see what happens.
Green square, green
Damn it, you
green
beat me to
square,
it! Fuck!
Square,
That's exactly what I was gonna do, Zoing! How'd you fucking know?
Minus blue square, minus white large
square, I mean, fair.
Square, minus.
I saw this really fascinating lock, and it gave me an idea. So imagine, Wombat, it's a combination lock, but it requires a key. So you can't just insert the key and turn the key. You have to insert the key, put in the combination, and once you've successfully put in the combination, you need to remove the key. And when you remove the key, it like swaps, like spins a thing that swaps the hole and the actual keyhole opens. And then you can use the key on it. In Korea, yeah, you can make money. But you don't really make a living off of tournaments. You make a living off of being good at tournaments so that people know who you are, and then you stream and people watch you, and your stream is how you make money. That's generally how most people make money in, like, StarCraft. Like, sure, you get, like, $50,000, $60,000, $80,000 a year from tournaments, depending upon how much, like, how far into the tournament you go. But you're probably getting like $30,000 to $40,000 a month just from streaming. The plan being in place, everything set into motion, all the characters have to do is travel from where they are to the tree. Get through the tree to the Monarch's palace, get through the Monarch's palace to the Monarch, fight the Monarch and the Viceroy inside of the palace. I'm thinking like a robot, like an android. A Terminator. Because it never quite explains the extent of it except for, like, the infinite energy. And I'm like, well, what goes along with that? And makes sense within the context of the story. And them trying to make him seem like he's human and not trying to push his limits. And the fact that he says he never has to, like, he never feels like he's ever working at anything. In my mind, it's just the administrator's son. And it's all the idea of it being, like, figurative. Like, the power... like, because of the scope that it'll go to in order to, like, protect him. You guys are fucking awesome. We will be back tomorrow. 2 days from now, the 24-hour stream. Get ready for the 24-hour stream in 2 days. Not tomorrow, but the day after. And remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. Guys, remember what I said. The ultimate thing is full horizontal integration with vertical integration. You have all of the topics, and you have all of your skills in those topics. This is something you learn in film. Theme is not the topic. The topic of the story is how much of a influence on reality is consciousness. That's why I like to think of the ideas first and then categorize the ideas and then see where the holes are and what ideas I need to fill in. So that way I don't fall into the trope of, oh, these are this is the theme, this is the purpose of what I'm writing, but you're not actually fully expressing the theme. So it's like you're trying to say the wrong thing to the reader. All of this is just emergent from this amazing idea, and I'm like, oh, of course, that's the only way it could ever possibly go down. So we've completely changed how the entire opening and inciting of the book is, what the inciting incident is. And all of that other stuff is still... Yo, 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 how's it going, everyone? We back at it again. It's another day. How's everyone doing today? So... are you recording, like, right now, Book? Like, do you want to do that, like, right now? Because I'm not, like, 100% sure. Sorry I missed the meeting. I was fucking past it. I'm tired as shit. Long day! 3 meetings today. What a day. Feel like important person. Yay! 3, 2, 1, talk! Now I'm like, huh. Like, we don't have any short stories to read, right? Do we go back to, like, the Gamer Girl evolution? We do some, do some, market research for Stoner Girl evolution. But I don't know if we've read this one. I think we already read this. Yeah, we already read this one. So we do chapter 14 of Gamer Girl, or chapter 15 of Gamer Girl Evolution. I have the first part done. I have to see if I like it enough to send it over. Okay. Cyclops Marsh. Interesting. So did you do the... Wait, did you do the entire thing, book? Or did I just bite the bullet and send it? Don't send it if it's not your best work. Keep trying at it. That's what I would do. That's what I mean, because, like, I wasn't sure how you wanted to do the narration versus the dialogue. Right? I have a different voice for each, and I figured you can just cut and mash to where it works. Yep, it doesn't matter to me. I just, you know, Okay. Let me listen to my first try, and I'll upload it if I like it enough to send it over. Okay. Because I guess the way to say it is standardization. Like, we want to create, like, a standard that, like, all the videos are, like, basically the same, right? So people get, like, a feel for the vibes, so things don't shift around on them. So that's where it's like, maybe we could have a system for how we do it. So we know, like, based upon what the story is, and what's going on, like who narrates what, so that we have consistency. Jesus Christ. God, it's fucking cold in here. It's fucking cold. I figured out the first issue. I'm way too quiet. I can barely hear myself, even with the headphones. Yeah, volume is always a large problem. It's where I'm stuck at this 7 versus 13 decibel thing, where 7 is too low, 13 is too high. And my main thing is, like, enunciating my words and not slurring my words together into, you know, like a mumble jumble, so it's easy to pick out everything from it. So I'll try with a microphone and get back to you in a few minutes. Alright, sounds good, book. Oh, scoozy. Alright, here we go. Chapter 15 of Gamer Girl Evolution. We are finally back inside of the game for floor 2. Let's get into it. Celica blinked as she arrived on the second floor, the familiar city of Marcia welcoming her back. The air felt thicker here, and the color of the sky seemed unnaturally dim even compared to Earth's gray skies. A thick fog swirled around her feet, the rocky ground cradling her boots. The time difference hit her. Earth was still in the dead of night, but here it was early morning. She decided to quickly open up her status page to look for any changes. Status: Celica Trevine Chrysalis. Slime Nightmare, level 20 human, supporter. Experience 0% towards the next level. Strength 52, agility 53, vitality 5, dex 5, endurance 5. So they did change the level cap, she thought to herself. Then she decided to open up her skills list to see if they'd updated that too. Skills: common. Parry level 10 / level 10, thrust level 10. Common skills can be upgraded to at most level 20. Foundational supporter skills. Cleanse area level 11, level 1. Remove all applied debuffs on a single target. Cleanse area progression level 1. Removes all debuffs from a single target. Cooldown 1 minute. Level 10. Removes all debuffs from 3 targets. Yo, Mike Phantom, what's up? How's it going? Welcome, welcome, good sir. How are you doing? 5 targets. Yeah, it's just gonna go through the cooldown up to level 50. Additional cleanse aura effect, scale with level 30. Healing effect. Maximum healing effect, passive, grant user immunity to all debuffs, increases strength stat, basic agility, basic vitality, basic dexterity, basic endurance, basic buff progression. So it's a percentage base, not a flat number, which is important for scaling purposes. Doesn't have good scaling at the beginning, but it has massive scaling at the end, right? Cooldown duration will always match the buff duration. Growth via usage. Skills levels increase as they're used in combat. Each successful use, when allies receive the buff and it impacts combat or gameplay, contributes experience towards leveling up. The more often the skill is used in strategic situations where the buff actively benefits allies, the faster it will level up. Additionally, players can enhance the skill with various in-game achievements to fulfilling specific requirements tied to combat roles, such as supporting a certain number of allies in combat or buffing them under specific conditions. All foundational skills must be leveled to 50 before the beginner supporter skills can be unlocked. Ah, shit! More stipulations for what we gotta do? God damn it. I thought we had this. Belica blinked at the changes in her skills, her heart racing as she proceeds. Process the updates. Vitality, dexterity, and her endurance, her hands trembling slightly as she scrolled through the buffs. The scaling on them, it was almost absurd. At level 50, she could increase each ally's stats by 100% for 90 minutes. That's double. Her eyes narrowed, already calculating how to use this optimally for future fights. If she could maintain the buff at full power throughout longer, more grueling battles, she'd have the chance to push the limits of even the toughest dungeons. She could practically hear the gears turning in her mind. Vitality would keep her party alive in damage-heavy encounters. Endurance would give them the staying power to outlast monsters that otherwise might have wiped them out. I'm having trouble being loud enough. Like, are you using a program to record it like OBS, Book? Because the main reason for, like, using OBS is, like, sound volume adjustment. And standardization across, like, devices. I would probably highly recommend downloading OBS just so you can adjust the volume levels. Because the inherent mic settings, you have OBS? Okay, just because... Yeah, usually, and even with, like, OBS too, it's like, it has to be, like, over-prepped. Because... like, the input versus the output is usually different, right? Like, if I'm recording locally like I am, the sound level for recording locally is lower than the actual output sound. I don't know how to fix that. I don't know if that's an OBS thing, or if that's, like, a microphone thing. But either that or getting closer to the mic is pretty much the, I just use OBS, but I just overstock everything, right? So it's like, I put it 20% higher than I normally would. Well, I think the best thing to do would be to just adjust the volume on the mic threshold on OBS. Are there any settings on your actual mic? Because sometimes even like this, right? Like you can get up in here, whisper, and everything, you can still get. Try it in OBS and see what happens first. Alright. There might be some sort of output a level adjustment thing so that the recording level, give me a few minutes to set up and then we'll record the first part. Sounds good. I just recommend recording like just like a sample to test, so you don't record the entire thing and be like, ah shit, well that didn't work. Dexterity was the wild card, boosting accuracy and weapon proficiency, something she could see making a huge difference against faster, more evasive enemies. Yes, like the first paragraph. Yeah. Today is just, holy shit. Holy shit! I mean, I did only, to be fair, I only had like 3 hours of sleep. So it's definitely my fault that I'm fucking tired as shit. You'll get to smack yourself awake. What? Her excitement bubbled as she considered the implications for higher floors and the tougher realms. Trickier bosses, more difficult mechanics, and stat-based traps. This is exactly what I was here. Hey, buff me. That's debuff King Simonius wouldn't know what hit him. She couldn't help but grin at the possibilities with these skills. Celica was beginning to feel unstoppable, and these were just the foundational skills. Finally, she decided to open her inventory, looking for the 3 rewards that were promised to her last floor. Alright. Oh, 1 second. So dumb. Whoever designed the windows on this house was retarded. Like, all the windows are windows that, like, open up like this. Right? Like, they open outwards. But because of how cold it gets here, they just freeze. So it, like, freezes at, like, 98% closed. So you can't, like, close the thing the whole fucking way. Because, like, the hinges are frozen. I'm fucking retarded. So it's like, it feels like when I have that, like, tiniest bit, it, like, funnels all the air into the room. Whereas before, it's like, it just sits there. It's so fucking annoying. Drops the temperature by, like, 6 degrees in here. Ugh. Toke. Freezing! Freezing, guys! Ow! Smashed my elbow. That hurt. Fuck! Bad at this? Why am I so bad at this? I don't know, but it's on the end. We'd be up and on, or it's over and get what it is and up and knows what it does what it does with what it is, right? Alright, 3, 2, 1, talk! Inventory. Phantom's Mask. Unique. A mask that allows the wearer to take on the appearance of a single self-created character. The identity can be entirely customized, but only one specific character can be assumed. Cannot mimic other players, and transformation is purely visual. Wherever you're blending in, creating an alias, or hiding your true identity. The effect lasts until you unequip the mask. So the issue is the way I am choosing to do my voice, but I think it sounds the best that way. God. We are reading Gamer Girl Evolution. This is where the character gets pulled into their favorite video game, but they get kind of set back in time till the beginning of the game, but everything's kind of changed. So it's like they're a master, but there's still new things that they can learn. Like it's a whole new reality kind of thing. Yeah. And the character destroyed the first floor, and they just got sent back to the real world for a bit. Do you have, in your OBS settings, do you have noise filter on? Because if you do that, maybe it might eliminate some of the background noise, making your voice sound louder. Another thing is we can also pump up the volume on it. So even if it's low now, we can still pump up the volume on it. So as long as it's like actually being picked up, we should be fine. Maybe send me a sample? And then I can test it. Tomorrow is birthday. Hell yeah, Void. That sounds epic. Happy belated birthday. What are you up to, Void? We're just reading Gamer Girl Evolution. Doing some market research for Stoner Girl Evolution. So we get all these stats and everything like that. Which isn't exactly what it's going to be, because it's like the goddess is trying to make sure that the main character doesn't understand what's actually going on. We got an ad break coming up in a second here. Good old ad. It's an ad up in here. I feel it. Yeah, I got to play video games and no one played with me because no one likes me. Oh, don't say that, Void. I mean, I'm kind of reading right now, but well, I mean, I will say, Void, no one likes me either, so hey, we're in that boat together. Hey, do you have the noise cancellation activated? Because maybe if you take noise cancellation off, it'll pick up your voice better. Because I was kind of having that problem too, where I was doing like, okay, try turning it off. and see if it picks it up better. Because sometimes with like if I'm doing like a screaming of a character, like the mic barely even picked that up, even though how loud I'm being, because the type of noise sounds like like a fan or something like that, right? So the noise cancellation is like, oh, this isn't speaking, so I'm not gonna pick this up. So if I'm doing like a roar or something like that for like a monster or some sort of fucked up voice, I turn the noise cancellation off so that the mic picks up that specific tone, right? Like I do. It's true, Scotty, no one likes me. Well, why does no one like you, Void? See, I know why people don't like me. I'm annoying, I'm abrasive, I'm in your face, I don't back down, I'm very opinionated. Yeah, it's understandable why people don't like me. Well, I'm weird too, but I don't think that's why people don't like me. Like, are you weird, like, in people's face weird? I don't know about that, Void. I think you're being too harsh on yourself. Sounds a bit much. Yeah, everyone's weird. Well, have you ever considered maybe those people are just not good people? Maybe try finding better people. Find a group of people that are weird. Go get the weirdos. But not like the creep weirdos, like the just normal weirdos. Eccentric weirdos, right? Over the top weirdos. Smoking weirdos. No, I'm correct. This is the worst almost birthday I've ever had. Well, that's not good. But hey, you are young, and kids are assholes, so I wouldn't look into it too much, Void. Think I figured out the problem? Alright, sounds good, Buck. 3, 2, 1, tote! Oh, like you have your mic plugged in, but you're using like the laptop mic instead of the actual mic? I never even thought about that, Book. No one get me really anything in my family. All I got is $10. Well, it's because you're getting older, Void. The older you get, the more people expect you to do shit for yourself. My feet are dead. How much did you walk, Callie? How far did you go, good sir? Last year I got a lot of stuff. Yeah, so now they're maybe like, hey man, now you're old enough, you know, welcome to the real world. This is how it is. Here's your coal. Peace. Didn't walk, I boxed. Oh, you boxed. Okay. Did you shadow box, Callie? I'll shadow your box. Or you can shadow my box. Phantom's Blade. This weapon transforms into a singular weapon of your choice. The transformation retains a weapon's original stats, but alters its appearance and hitbox. They're basically transmogs. Translate this to know what I said. Not sure what you mean by that, Void? That lasts until you equip the blade. Elixir of Gold 3, super rare. Elixir that when consumed boosts gold drop rate by 100% for 1 hour. Ideal for players looking to quickly amass wealth. Doubles the amount of gold gained from defeating enemies and completing quests. Single use. Elixir of Blessings. Nah, don't feel that way, Void. Embrace yourself. Love yourself. You're a unique, important creation. Embrace that. Nah. Nah. Well, I mean, maybe not not to other people, but you should be important to yourself. I'll take my voice. I'm trying another one. All right. Welcome to the party. We all hate ourselves here. I mean, it's like disliking parts about yourself is normal, right? But it's like, why? Like, look and see rationally. I'm incredibly important to myself. I'm not important to myself, but I'm number one in my world. I'm 100% selfish. I wish I was more selfish, because I put other people above me so much, it's detrimental, right? Rare elixir that increases item drop rate by 100% for 1 hour. This item is essentially for players looking to farm rare items or materials for crafting and upgrading gear. Single use. Just know, Void, it's all about your mentality. Sit down, analyze yourself, and be like, what don't I like? And when you don't like something, change it. Oh shit, Terrible Novelist! Yo, what's up? Thank you for the raid! How's it going, everyone? Welcome, welcome! Oh shit, it's a big day! How is this stream, Terrible? Hello, hello! Welcome, welcome! Welcome in, everyone. We are reading Gamer Girl Evolution currently. Doing some market research for your Stoner Girl Evolution, which we have now actually started writing. So we just finished chapter 3 yesterday. So we are now on chapter 4 of Stoner Girl Evolution. Pretty good stream. I'm continuing to flesh out my current chapter. When clowns meet LARPing, because that's what the birthday boy wants. Damn. That sounds epic. Found a cluster of 3 birch trees that have grown together into a giant spidery shape. Ooh. Terrible, the talks and book are paying me to write smut. So, they're gonna try and fight it. Ooh. Gonna get their asses kicked, right? See, nothing wrong with this. Congratulations. I mean, they might. You never know, right? The tables may turn. VIP ticket for the Grand Ionian Coliseum. Unknown. Ticket granting exclusive access to the VIP seats in the Grand Ionian Coliseum, where the most elite players test their combat skills in the biggest public arena. Win battles to earn valuable rewards and prestige among other players, warriors, and perhaps commanders. I'm gonna raid and run for a bit, get cook dinner with my girlfriend. No worries, Terrible. Enjoy your dinner and the rest of your night. And again, thank you for the raid. I really, really appreciate it. Celica stared at the new items in her inventory, a mix of excitement and disbelief flooding her senses as she read through each reward. Thank you so much, and thanks for your support. I'll be around. No worries. Gotta support each other up, right? Right, Void? That's what it's all about. Bring each other up. Raise each other up. Show each other that we are worth it, you know? Give ourselves that, that small boost that we need to get through the rest of the day. Look, I got abducted by Spaniards and had to talk to them for 4 hours. I mean, Callie, the world is a mysterious place, so it is what it is, right? Phantom's Mask and the Phantom's Blade are both unique in the fact she'd received them so early in the game, left her momentarily speechless. A pair of unique items. This wasn't the sort of thing most players would see for months, if not years. She could already see how this was going to use the Phantom's Mask and the Phantom's Blade. That much was obvious. Next, she turned her attention to the consumable items. The Elixir of Gold and the Elixir of Blessings. 3 of each. It's a lot of potential farming power. Gold Elixir would be perfect for when she was coin grinding, especially with the new addition of the Platinum coins to the EUI. She could barely tell this was going to require a lot more coin grinding than before. You can't stand up anymore because your feet are fucked? Well, box to atrophy, right? You gotta be like Saitama doing as many like side jumps as he can, right? Hypertrophy? I don't know. I don't know the difference, Callie. Is one doing it multiple times? Like you go till you literally can't move your muscles, and then you wait, and then you go till you literally can't move your muscles. Oh, I just mean like, you literally do sets until your muscles can't move anymore. Like, you literally, like, can't move your muscles. Maybe I'm using the wrong word. I'm not a builder, bro. I'm not a gym bro. That would be reps to failure. Okay. Yeah, I might have one that is okay. Alright, sounds good, book. Quick sample, I tried 4 different voices. 3 was an utter failure. How do I send it to you? That's what we were figuring out. You might have to do it through Google OneDrive. So you'd have to upload it to your Google OneDrive and then send me the link for your OneDrive, just like you would with a Google Docs. Or you could try an email. I don't know if an email will work, but limited size for things. I mean, you could try to zip file it. I don't know. Or just put it on a general file sharing website. Especially with the new addition of Platinum coins to the UI, she could already tell this was going to require a lot more coin grinding than before. And with the elixir of blessing, farming rare materials or crafting components would be a breeze, but she wanted to save those for a specific later floor. Then her eyes landed on the VIP ticket for the Grand Anonium Coliseum. Celica's jaw dropped. This was huge. A VIP ticket. She wasn't sure if she'd even heard of anyone receiving something this valuable this early on. Most players would need to climb through the ranks, grind for months, or simply get incredibly lucky to gain access. And here it was, handed to her with the rest of the rewards. Oh, and Book, do we think it's a good idea to have stories written by clients to be behind a paywall? I think it would be better to just have them pay a small fee to have us read their stuff. Like we are an audio magazine. For submissions? I don't think we've really discussed anything when it comes to submissions, Callie. Because that'll be like something more down the road, right? We kind of want to focus on what we're focusing on right now, but I mean, that is a good idea, right? Makes sense, Callie. Makes sense. Or take it to the most exclusive arena in the early game, where only the best and most well-prepared players could compete. Her excitement was palpable, and she'd inwardly resolved herself to always achieve the first clears for every main quest. She couldn't miss out on more rewards like these. Now that she had quickly skimmed through all the changes, she decided to pay attention to the Slime King, who's currently rage-baiting the majority of the player base. Slamonius's voice echoed through the system interface. His tone was both mischievous and slightly apologetic. Well, surprised, weren't you? He chuckled, knowing full well the shock players had faced with the sudden Earth transition. His voice softened, acknowledging the disorientation they'd felt. I'd like to offer a formal apology for the surprise visit to Earth. The devs were trying to get you an exciting shift in perspective, but it seems it caught a few of you off guard. Also, we've been recently made aware of the glitches, and we'll make sure they're fixed soon. He gave a little laugh at his own words, teasing the players who had been caught off guard. Wait, we were on Earth? Oh, I thought I was hallucinating. This makes way more sense. Yeah, this is totally Salonius' idea of a prank. Slamonius continued, his tone taking on a more serious edge. On a more positive note, we've made a few upgrades to the system. You'll notice improvements in the UI and the gameplay. It should feel smoother, too. We've implemented mechanics that should prevent those accidental deaths some of you have been struggling with. Let's just say that dying in the hands of the environment will be a lot less frequent. You're welcome. Wait, are they actually fixing the lag? I hope the devs fix my brain-dead party members' IQs as well. Accidental deaths. Was that happening? Speaking of deaths, since players struggled with the first floor more than expected, devs have decided to continue to allow players to respawn. Perhaps this trend will continue for all of the first realm. Consider it a tutorial present. Of course, failure to complete the main quest will still result in death. Figured it out, the link is in the Word doc. Okay. Celica could almost hear the grin in his voice as he shifted topics. Now, for the main event, Floor 2. Slamonius practically hummed with excitement. We're diving into the Cyclops Marsh, a vast swampy region rife with fog and constant threat of danger. There's a central city, Marcia, that serves as a hub, but around it are several smaller towns. These towns are connected by marshes, creating a maze of passageways. But don't be fooled by the tranquility of the towns. The marshlands are home to dangers far worse than you may think. His voice lowered slightly as if he were about to reveal something that would raise the stakes. In fact, each of these towns has its own set of subquests waiting for those daring enough to venture into the swamps. Speaking of danger, we're introducing a new kind of boss. The system interface flickered for a moment as Slamonius' voice grew more ominous. Floor 2 has no dungeon. Instead, it has a wandering boss, the Cyclops, A massive creature that roams the marshlands, a true force of nature. Not a match for me, though, naturally. Unlike other bosses, this one is a mutant. He'll spawn in a random location and then begin wandering aimlessly. You must defeat him before you can move on to the next floor, or return to Earth. Here's the kicker. The more monsters it kills, the more powerful it becomes. It devours its surroundings, swamps, villages, other mobs, towns, and players too. If you leave it unchecked, it will eventually destroy every town, every NPC, and central city of Marcia. A mutant? Does that mean it can level up? Eats villages? What is this thing? A boss or a natural disaster? No dungeon this floor. Ah, man, I wanted to challenge one of my friends this time. Official Gambling Academy. Thank you for the follow, bro. Damn. That's a hell of a name, though.
I'm not that interested. Are you smoking?
Who?
You.
Why?
What, why? Are you smoking?
Maybe.
What? When did you start smoking?
1989-ish?
So you have been lying. It all makes sense. The filled ashtrays, the burning pine-scented hairspray.
Yes, I'll say it. Her 3-pack-a-day voice?
True. Slamonius paused for a moment, letting the weight of his words settle. Oh, I forgot to mention something, he continued, flicking his tentacles devilishly in amusement. Being killed by the Cyclops results in true death. Oh, shit. Oh, shit! You don't want to go near that? Alright, so, do you have the link, Book? Do you want to drop the link in the chat? In the Discord? The group chat? I don't know what you mean by in the Word doc. Like, I don't have a link to a Word doc. Yeah, but where's the link to it? Yeah, I know what you mean. I just don't have a link. Like, is it in... Like... I don't know. And I don't remember where you originally posted it. Okay, requested access. Whoa. So Boyd, are you still out there? Do you want to go in the Discord? Shared. Hell yeah. Okay. Started each one with 1, 2, 3, so you know where I'm starting. Sounds good, but... 3, 2, 1, tote! Ugh. All right.
One, two, three. Evan stepped out of the worn car, his unzipped winter jacket flapping as he shielded his hand from the wind. Each step sank into the snow like an apology, his polished black dress shoes woefully unfit for the task. Icy gusts battered his light gray suit jacket. He hunched forward, steadying himself on the slope of the driveway, knees twinging with each careful motion. His freshly shaven face already stung from the cold. For tonight at least, the razor burn might be worth it. 1, 2, 3. Edmund stepped out of the warm car, his unzipped winter jacket flapping as he shielded his hand from the wind. Each step sank into the snow like an apology. His polished black dress shoes woefully unfit for the task.
I like
Icy
2.
gusts battered his light gray suit jacket. He hunched forward, steadying himself on the slope of the driveway, knees twinging with each careful motion.
Which one
His
do you like,
freshly
Book?
shaven face
Because you
already
said you
stung
didn't like
from the
3,
cold.
right?
For
I
tonight
like
at
2.
least, the razor burn might be worth it.
Put some Sunny in my voice for 2.
1,
2?
2,
Yeah.
3. Boone stepped over the warmth, his unzipped winter jacket flapping as he shielded his hand from the wind. Each step sank into the snow like an apology. His polished black dress shoes woefully unfit.
Yeah, 3 doesn't...
Nope, that didn't work. 1,
3 doesn't
2,
sound like a
3.
romance voice, right?
His unzipped winter jacket flapping as he shielded his hand from the wind. Each step sank into the snow like an apology. Polished white dress shoes woefully unfit for the task.
4 would be good as the voice.
He hunched forward, steadying himself on the slope of the driveway.
Like for dialogue. And then 2...
His fresh shaved
2
face
would be good for the narrator.
Tonight at least, the razor burn might be worth it.
At least for, like, this story. Good notes. I will try it that way for the full sample. And did you turn your noise cancellation off? Because I think that might help if you turn noise cancellation off if it's on. Well, the best way, Book, is just to listen back. Don't have noise cancellation on. Okay. That I know of. Alright, maybe try putting noise cancellation on and see how that goes. Um, because it's not so much the volume level itself as it's sometimes just not picking up your voice across the mic. And that's usually like a settings thing, right? I guess I'll bookmark this so I have it. I mean, there's a lot of settings that you can do. Like, most people think, oh, I need to get a better mic. But what they actually need to do is, like, learn, like, mic settings for their gain, for their peak, for, uh, like, also set for their voice specifically. Like, if you have a high pitched voice, you're going to want on a lower end. If you have a deeper voice, you're going to want on a higher end. Um, and that'll help the mic pick up your voice easier. Like if you're doing like ASMR, like you want like a specific mic setting so that it picks up uh like what you're saying, right? So it's not just increasing the decibels or lowering the gain. There's also a lot of other settings that you can do um to adjust it, especially in like OBS. Like OBS is like a ton of stuff. That was like one of the first things I did was basically I Googled and YouTubed how to like set up your mic options properly. Just the second voice first. It might not be exactly the same, but I will try, and then I will do the fourth voice for all of it as well, so you can just cut and smash it together. I'll speak louder as well. Yeah. So maybe my recommendation is look up what your mic is and then Google how to set that mic up in OBS, like properly, like professionally. Because it like honestly, setting your mic settings is like setting your like color settings on your TV or your monitor, right? Like everything could be fucked if like the brightness isn't high enough or it's too high, right? Or like the contrast is too high or it's like too green instead of blue, right? Like I have that where the TV is super dark compared to the monitor. So if I'm ever doing anything that has like contrast in it, I have to move it to the other monitor to make sure that I'm actually looking at it the way that it's supposed to be looked at. Especially like if it's like a fade to black or something like that, and it's like a clear different shade of black, but you can only tell because like this monitor has like a really good setting, whereas the TV is just shit. TV is like 11 years old. I have like a really nice freaking, I think it's a 34-inch curved monitor for my second monitor. All right, so should we move on to Goblin Girl evolution? Rawr! True, Callie. So, Callie, do you also want to do the narration? And then we can see, like, vote and decide who between us does what? Move on to the story I edited. What story, Callie? Oh, you said you had your koi story. Did you post it? I don't see it anywhere, Callie. Where'd you put it, Callie? I need it. I need your koi story. See, this is your problem, Callie. You tell me that I need to do something, and then there's no something to do. You're like Smokey saying buying the toke, and then being like, "All right, are you ready?" And he's like, "No, I haven't rolled yet." And I'm like, "Why would you buy the toke if you knew that you weren't ready?" I'm waiting, Callie. I'm waiting. And I'm willing to wait because I wanna read your story. So let's see if there's any new stuff came out for like a video that we could watch. Okay, so there's a new Mr. Ballin. Okay. Is there a new Chubby Emu? No. I mean, maybe we could watch an Anton one. Maybe that was summon Citaran after we bullied him out of the stream. You asked me to do 2 things at once. Wait, what did I asked you to post your story, Callie. I don't know what else I asked you to do. I'm pretty sure I just asked if you could post your story. Or I asked you, did you post your story? And if not, can you post your story? And I criticized you. You asked me for both the story and my voice. No, okay, well, I asked you 2 separate things in that case. But it wasn't asking you, it was also asking Book about whether you wanted to narrate or not. You don't have to. But you said for me to read your work, and your work isn't posted, so I blame you for that, Callie. I don't know what else to tell you. Callie, I'm pretty sure I could have already read Goblin Girl Evolution. It's only 1,000 words, bro. I know you're trying to stall me out, but... Posted where, Callie? Why would you send it to me in DMs? I never look at my DMs.
Okay, today we're going to discuss seeing very bizarre objects somewhere in the Milky Way galaxy.
All right. This is Callie's Koi story. Oh. Shoo-ba-doo. All right. Are you ready, Callie? I'm ready. Let's get into it. Day 1, Yang. We are but koi fish. Okay, I see what you mean by voice cutting out. Yeah. That might just be an option for the threshold that your voice picks up. So you can like lower the threshold so that basically it picks up more like a different range of sounds. Yeah, Scotty, I don't know if I want to celebrate my birthday. Oh, you gotta celebrate your birthday, Void. Even if it's just you. You do your own thing, right? You know, be creative. You know, use the power of your imagination and the power of your mind, right? That's why I would recommend look up what your mic is and look up a YouTube video of how to set up the mic professionally. And like the different options, and like maybe there's an extra program you can download to like adjust the mic settings. That would be my suggestion. Oh, it's the mic on your headphones. Oh. Yeah, but no one will ever bother to talk to me. Well, have you ever considered it's the way that you approach people, Void? Do you approach people? Do you talk to people? Or you just, like, you know, sit in the back? And you have to be able to take banter, too, right? Like, being fragile and thinking people are making fun of you is a good way to not make friends, because friends are easily bantering with each other, right? And if you can take the banter, notice how many times people come into the stream, say something like super ridiculously retarded, and then I say true, and then I say something even more retarded, and then they instantly follow. That's because they're like, oh shit, okay, well this guy isn't like a little crybaby bitch. Like, you can actually, like, you know, I feel like I'm not gonna, I don't have to step on glass and, like, tiptoe around shit. I can just say what the fuck ever. I'm not gonna get banned. I'm not gonna get, like, thrown out. I'm not gonna, you know. I have many times they just call me ugly and hit me. That's pretty fucked up, Void. Not gonna lie. Yeah, maybe you should talk to someone about that. Those just in general, Void, that sounds like you're approaching assholes. I don't know. But, you know, I'm not from Korea, so I wouldn't know. A Wang Da? Cooked up another chapter. Who's in queue? Oh, Mango, you're perfect. We're reading Callie right now, and then you will be next after that. All right, you guys ready?
I'm a scat man. I'm a scat man.
Do not drink water. Do not leave your seat. Do not move your feet. Do not stretch. Do not go to the bathroom. Have another joke.
And you gotta remember, teenagers are assholes, Void. I remember what it was like to be 15. And I was a fucking weird dude. 3, 2, 1, toe!
Where's the scat man? I'm the scat man. Why should we be pleasing any politician reason to try to change the seasons if they could? The state of their condition insults my intuition and it only makes me crazy and a heart like wood. Everybody stutters one way or the other, so check out my message to you. As a matter of fact, don't let nothing hold you back. If the scat man can do it, brother, so can you. I'm the scat man.
Anime is what made me friends. When I got into anime, and I made friends because of anime, because I had a topic I could talk to people about. And then I'd only talk about anime, and I wouldn't talk about other weird fucking shit like Final Fantasy and video games and my writing. Because no one was interested in it. Anime nerds at my high school smelled bad, had poor hygiene. Gave the rest of us a bad name. Well, I had a pretty damn good hygiene because I actually cared about myself. I don't think anyone here is my friend, so that's bad. Well, Void, you shouldn't be looking for, like, friends on the internet, right? We're just a bunch of random retards on the internet. You don't want to put too much stock in that, right? Like, I'd like to call you guys friends, but that's, like, with the context of your internet friends, right? Cap, also, why the hell is BookBop talking to me? Go somewhere. Yes, Scotty, you on Cap.
Where's the scat man?
Yeah, but you guys are the only ones I like. Well, that's fine. It's just you have to understand that there is a separation there. No, damn well you never had no good hygiene. No, Fish, I did because I wore makeup. I frickin' shaved myself. I frickin' dressed up. And, like, all of my friends were girls. When does makeup equate hygiene? Please educate me. Within the context of, I care about, like, my skin. You gotta clean, you have to have a clean base to put on makeup. Exactly. And, like, you have to take it off. It just means that the girls at your school had no hygiene, Fish. I don't know about you, but yes, there were people that didn't have any hygiene, but I was not one of them. Especially because I had long hair, too. And I love my hair, so I'd always take care of my hair. And, like, I didn't do anything, like, I didn't really do anything physical until I was, like, 19. I actually, once I got out of high school, that's when my hygiene went downhill. Because then I didn't take showers 3 times a day. I didn't, use both shampoo and conditioner in my hair, like, every day. Like, I just worked at the mill and I just didn't give a fuck. I put my hair in a ponytail and I fucking went to work. I came home. Like, I had to have a shower because I'd literally be covered in, like, wood chips and sweat and shit, but I just, like, you know, wash myself off. What mill? The mill I worked at that I crushed my foot at. But anyways, we gotta read Callie's chapter, guys. We've been getting distracted. Poor Callie. If you're not clean, makeup won't stick or look right. Chemical interactions between filth and body oils and makeup aren't to be trifled with. True, Sean. Welcome, welcome, Sean. Sorry, I'm being an asshole today. Sorry, Void. I can be your friend. Callie with his pen up. Who else got the pen tonight? Well, we're on Chapter 3 of Stoner Girl Evolution, so we gotta do Chapter 4 today. So that's big. This is Callie's stories. He's got his pen up. Void has been writing, so she got her pen up. You know, I think everyone got their pen up. Sean has another chapter, I'm guessing. I just edited and added stuff from another version. That's still getting your pen up. Strap in. I need a distraction from Armored Core. Armored Core is a pretty good game, though. I wrote some of my smut and some of my historical today. Hell yeah, book. Okay. I would like to know what those above think of us. Are we lovers to them, my dear Yin? Have you seen what lies beyond the water? Beyond the film of sunlight waltzing on the surface, where the hues of men ride the paper boats they play as if taking color for granted. Also, don't tell me that Relic clown this, but I'm starting his book. You don't know anything about Armored Core. Sure thing, Fish. Absolutely, I don't. I don't know anything about McDonald's. McDonald's. Void, did we push you away? I'm sorry. Nope, not sure what the holdup is, but nothing has been forthcoming yet. Second arc must have to do with the rising military tension between the humans and the Elfin. And them trying to find some new military advantage, right? Hues of men. It's humans, isn't it? Yin taught me this word only recently. Hues of men is more fitting for creatures of such intense color. They wear the feelings of color, Yin, as if pain were meant to be paraded in plum and gold. Vanadiel Heidelin. Absolutely. Totally based, fish. Absolutely fucking based. 100%. Vanadiel is the... In my opinion, actually, I think Vanadiel is better than Sphera. Sphera's like... second best? And then maybe third is... Fuck, what's the world in 8? Oh, I'm trying to remember what's the name of the world in 8. Oh, I can't remember. You don't even, you make yourself look dumb on your own-ish, you dig? You don't know what that means, Scotty. You need to start having several seats, sir. Why I don't like Lerm, or that it's Lerm I don't like. Goldfish braid. Yeah, no, fish is not exactly the, most stable or the most, unabrasive person. I still don't know what you're talking about, though, fish. Scotty would know. He embodies dysfunction. Oh, 100%. Nice! Triple F! It's a lot of Fs. Dragging them basically across the floor at that point. Nice! There you go, book. That's the big numbers. And their foods? You warned they'd sooner make a meal of me than let me have any of what they partake in. Gotta write some lazy smut now. Hell yeah, book. Get to it. But I've learned of the delicacy they call caught on candy. Puffs of cloud they catch in metal tins. I have an idea for it. Hell yeah, book. Like they catch us in nets on stormy days. I count 1, 2, 3, bite! 1, 2, 3, bite! Until the clouds gather and go thundery. I wonder if lightning tastes like desire. Most of those who attempt to nab at my tail know the taste of electricity. I make sure to let them know passion. I like that really bit of information there. What kind of fish is this? Well, it's the Zapu kind of fish. Relating to another thing, I love this, like, mindset presentation of the character, Callie, and its musings and wonderings of the world above, of such things it sees but cannot partake. How it feels when the breeze invades the nostrils at the first step of feet on the pavement. Every breath deepens with each inch towards the market. Though you refuse to believe it, there is such bright magic above. You say I'd be a great liar, Yin, and this even persuades my mind that this is all a dream. Is this supposed to be smut or just normal, Callie? This is just normal, I'm pretty sure, but this could turn into smut because the yin and yang are the fish koi lovers. Right? It's like, you know, the two koi fish, one is yin, one is yang. But if they leave water, they turn into humans. It was all a dream, Biggie Smalls. Do you imagine if you just woke up and it's like Biggie and Tupac are still alive? Oh wait, they are. I mean, what? Why don't you guys help me turn this into smut? Give it to Scotty. He will smut it up fast and easy. 100%. We'll have some fish smut. What happens if she turns into a fish while you're fucking her as a human? They turn into humans. It's like the bear sex scene from Baldur's Gate. Oh, it might be better if I write it then. Up to you, book. Such a grand dream is our returning festival days held every generation. They have so many of our brothers here. The swordfish, the salmon, the trout. I'm sure they fought well against the lion and hook, but they haven't mastered the arts of light and dark as we have. Scotty will write something that will make your eyes cry, not your penis. I want to use tetrapod legs, but they're too slow. His genre is for specific audiences. I was just making a joke, book. You don't have to go that far. You know I don't always get jokes. I mean, I was just making a hilarious hypothetical. I wouldn't, because you would die. Like, that would tear you in half. You turned into a fish. Yeah, not good. Well, that's why I said, I laughed, and I was like, imagine if they're fucking and you just turn back into a fish. Like, I just had the thought, it was just ridiculous, so I just said it. But it was not meant to be taken seriously by any means. It's just a ridiculous thought. Of like, oh fuck, oh! Just thought of a question that I do not want to know the answer to. It's like if you've watched The Boys, and there's two characters in The Boys, and they're side characters, and they're gay, and one of them, his ability is to shrink. So he shrinks himself, and then he crawls inside of the other guy's dick, and then he sneezes, and he grows big, and literally rips the dude in half. Yeah, it's fucked up. Yeah. But have you seen the very first scene of The Boys book? You watch fucked up shit. I'm not sure if that's good or bad for the business. There's a lot. I'll show you. And this is like within the first 5 minutes of the show. This is what happens. Check this out.
The Smurge pillar. I can't stop. I can't.
I wish it showed the other scene, because literally Huey's standing there holding her hands. And that's how the show starts. But yeah, A-Train just literally runs straight through her and just disintegrates her. Fucking best cold open ever. Yes, you are an innocent Angle. I'm the gray area, and Scotty is the garbage person. You're the angel. I see. Oh, I love that. That's so good. Our gutter person. Exactly, right? I'm the no holds barred, nothing's too far, everything is fiction, so nobody gives a fuck. That's how I treat it. I wonder if lightning tastes like desire. Exactly. Look at all that garbage, guys. Could you imagine? I don't have that garbage in my room anymore. Ever since I cleaned up that garbage, it's only like this. Like, yo, the resident badass. What's up? Welcome, welcome. Thank you for the follow. I mean, I got a couple of popcorn things here, but other than that. How's it going, resident badass? What are you up to today? Oh, if we were talking about IRL garbage people, I win hands down.
1989-ish?
So you have been lying.
True, Callie. Yo. Joined just in time for garbage person. Hell yeah, that's what I am. I'm definitely a garbage person. I live in the equivalent of a hoarder house, level of dirty. Callie is on deck. Welcome. Well, you've seen what my room looks like. So, yeah. But the rest of the house is fine. Because I live with my parents, right? If I had my own house, my house would be like Asmon's house. It'd be fucked. Whole fish turning into people thing reminded me of Troy McClure from The Simpsons, who was attracted to fish and not people. We're not understanding the level of dirty my room is. Is it like Asmon level of dirty? So it's Asmon level of dirty. There's a quest like that in XCX.
Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained? Is this not why you are here?
Should live like our own three-person made universe. Like a book is Middle-earth, Scott is Hell, and I'm Asgard. Damn, Callie, I like that. Food in my room from like a month or more ago. I have this from Christmas. And there's like a chicken bone that's been here for like probably 6 months. Just sitting on that chair. Fell off a plate and I just never did anything with it. But generally I'm pretty good on the food. I used to be really bad, but I'm a lot better now on the food. I don't know why White Mob didn't go off, Sean. I'm sorry. I don't have the file for it. Oh, there it goes.
A white mob? One sec, chat. Just logging into my softcore character to practice killing it.
Some water bottles I'm gonna put away right now. My room's just my exercise equipment. I don't care. I'm just dumping my points. I want that chicken bone out tonight. Maybe. Maybe, Book. We'll see. I'm a lazy piece of shit, though. So I highly doubt it. But thanks for encouraging me. I wonder if lightning tastes like desire. Though you refuse to believe it, there is such bright magic above. You'd say I'd be a great liar, Yin, that this even persuades my mind that this is all a dream. I'm putting my foot down. You can put your foot down on me any day, Book. I mean, what? No more Booba stories until you get the chicken bone out. Okay, Book, the chicken bone is gone. I deleted it from my inventory. No, but the chicken bone in a clean plastic top salad chicken container so you can watch it decompose in rapid time. Why is Midsummer Murder so good? On my flag, it's a cold series. You will enjoy that. Very much so, Callie. You know what's going on. Literally crush someone with my weight. Especially someone like me. Guy's the beginning guy, I could do it. Yeah, I believe it, Book. It'd be the best way to go out, though. Almost as good as going out dying between a woman's legs. Because I'm dying under a woman's legs. I am bigger than Scotty. Yeah, Callie could probably take it, but not me. In terms of weight, I win the Biggest Loser. It's like you get vagina, Scotty. No, I am the vagina, fish. I'm a bussy. Such a grand dream it is that I return each festival day, held every generation. Sorcerers fight for us with nets and spears and threads that go straight through our bodies. Would they not separate us if they knew what we were to each other? I have seen many come and go, so many more love and betray. Are you still afraid I would betray you if we left this pond? You say I would. They call it the Festival of the Immortal Fish. Are we monsters to them? Do they believe us the Arbiter as the Arbiter? Do they believe as the Arbiter does? I have it in my bio. Yo, Muffin, what's up? I can't see anyone in this chat except Sean getting vagina. Don't look at my comment, Muffin. Protect your young eyes. Why not me? Why not? Oh, you made your new account. I'm already following you. Sweet. I heard it and read it. No, I'm handsome and have a nice voice. Ruffle. Okay, right. Why not? You what, Kelly? The protection or the sitting or both? You know what? No, I honestly don't. I'm gonna go do what is possibly my last stream on this account for half a year. Alright. Enjoy, Muffin. That's unfortunate with the media ban and everything. Fucking world's going to shit, right? It's like people like there's like restrictions on ages for like social media. So like instead of being 13 for the like young age, it's 16 now. So yeah, like the entirety of Australia did it. They're trying to I mean, I don't mind that. The only problem is it kind of fucks over people that already have social media. Well, yeah, you could just like you just created a Twitch account that's not under that age, right? You just have to create new accounts and get a VPN basically. Which is the understanding that these retards in the government have about the internet. Which is why they should not be making laws like this. But I do agree that if you're 13, why the fuck are you on social media? There should be like like, you know, under 15, and it's like YouTube Kids, right? It's curated by the government for kids to be like schools and stuff like that, right? So they can still interact with people and they know they're in a safe space, and then, you know, when they're 16, they can move off of that into the real world. You need to get a guest reader or like a star reader, so at least someone is reading the story instead of you having extended periods of distraction. No, Callie, the extended periods of distraction are what make the stream interesting. Oh, I would have passed that shit at like 10, Muffin. Kick made me do a face scan thing to verify my age. Apparently I look old. I would just show my boobs. I blossomed early. Well, they're literally using video games to prove it. Muffin, you are one hell of a smartass. One hell of a smartass. I love it. It is the parents' responsibility to protect their children. So instead of making stupid laws saying kids can't be on social media, instead the parents should be responsible for anything their kids do online. They would be paying attention. I agree, Sean. I've had my boobs on stream. If you missed it, too bad. A hell of a butler. Besides, are you gay? Alright, I gotta follow like 100 more people. Muffin is what Muffin is. That's a great emote. I fucking love that, Callie. I'm still kind of figuring that out. Now I think I'm bi. Cool. Probably something more like that, yeah, but 33 and I don't know what the fuck I like. You can always just be asexual and just like yourself, you know? Have no real attraction to other people. Pussycats. True. No, because I never said that you were like sexually attracted to yourself. Pansexual trust. Read, I'm going to bed. Okay, Callie. Okay, Callie, I'll read. We do all but spread putrid filth across this sacred pond. And what creatures could survive without breathing? I've spent many years leaping from the pond, letting the sun scorch out your lovely notes. The ones you write on my fins for me to read each morning. You write love on my scales like a shark etches hearts into human flesh with her teeth. I'm caught in each line you cast from your lips. In every expression of disbelief, I lose a bit of what makes me want to keep swimming and endeavor to keep me grounded. Yin. Diary entry 1. The hell? I been getting all fucked up. Yin, in diary entry number 1. If you ever find this diary, I hope it explains what I could never say aloud. You guys have to help me turn stuff into smut. Agreed, Callie. No, it was I moved weird and the blanket folded so it was like pressing into my butt. Like put the computer inside a metal cage and remove the power cord when you leave the house so nobody can plug it in unless you can unlock the cage first. Computer stays in the living room located so they can't find. Hide what they're doing on the screen. If you want to write something private, use your private diary. Trying to gnaw on that chicken bone. Wild. That's beyond wild, Scotty. You're in a new area code with that one. Better hide the charging cords. Watch the horror as the battery die. You forgot to turn down the screen brightness! Not even a distant. You're stuck on a whole different planet. Why did you use these smartphones? Because they want them. They're privileged, Sean. They really don't. They could use their parents' phones, Book. You don't need your personal phone. You could ask for your parents' phone to call them. Just like you would with a landline back in the day. How else would I watch this motherfucker? That's the thing, Muffin, is you wouldn't. Unless you convinced your parents to watch me too. But then you never would have discovered me, so, you know. In this situation, I'm literally attached to my parents. Well, I mean, then your parents know who you're contacting, right? That way I know my daughter's not sneaking out of the house to go meet someone because she can't without using my phone. Debate time, bring back line. Talking only requires voice and text, not internet. Bring back flip phones and restrict minors to using those with no internet. True, Sean. I believe in you. If you ever find this diary, I hope it explains what I could never say aloud. I believe in you because I don't. Yay. When I want to stop, I laugh. When I want to joy, I cry. If I believe in you, I'd have my doubts, and I'd fight them until I ran out of breath. But if I don't, I give you the freedom to prove me wrong. I believe only in myself because it's the one thing I can control, and I believe that I can be proven wrong about humans. Restrict their contacts too, so they can only call numbers that their parents input via their own phones. And they can't have just like random people on their phone, basically. See, there's so many ways to implement this. My mom let me do pretty much anything and I'm fine. True, Book. I'm pretty much the same way. No stranger danger except one tiny incident, and I shut that down fast, and it was not from a phone. Yeah, I had like 3 hours of sleep, Fish. You're lazy. Tighten up. It's not even 2200. Where you're at. True. No, I had like 3 hours of sleep. It's a long day today. I had a lot of... We will find you and murder you. I'm sorry, Callie. I'm trying so hard not the fuck to pass out. It's up late gaming like a fool, so I did it to myself. True. I kept you in the pond, you'd never see the ocean waiting beyond the reeds. I want you to be the captain of your own ship, even if you sail away from me. I cannot chart seas I do not trust, but I will sail with you, even if the stars lie. I will brace the mast, catch the wind, and follow the ship I believe in. I will go down with the ship because it is yours. Scotty is a bum. He had no job and just sleeps all day. Knowing full well I'd work at 0500. Miss old internet, man. What a time to experience. True. Here's what my arse, which made me think, so I didn't need such protections. Internet was still in its infancy, though, so much less of risk. RP forums, MSN, IM chat rooms, Lord. Have Moisey, not mercy, Moisey. Day 1. I hope Yang gives up on the outside sooner than the Arbiter loses his taste for fish. I've convinced the Arbiter to adapt a pescatarian diet. Do you taste sweeter the more cotton candy you ingest? I will have to ask the Arbiter. I'm not sure if I'm helping you or hurting you. I'm gonna go eat. I'll be back later. Alright, sounds good, book. You jump, jump, jump at the same hour of every day. If I stopped writing back, would you realize what lies beyond the water? The heart stoppers, the body thieves, the soul stealers. I've stopped tracking how many ways it is you've died. The letters I write on your scales are more than just love notes. Our Arbiter taught me a variant of darkness magic that allows me to erase trauma. He called it the Mercy Bite. But if I stopped writing back, would you realize what lies beyond the water? You'd recall how many times it is you've achieved your dreams, and be ever so cross with me. I'm sure you'd forgive me, though, once your mind plays back the times I've saved you from the market, or how many catchers I've had to convince they should return you to me. Nothing makes you wash plates faster than a good melody. Sing with us, Agatha, said the seller. How can I sing to the sound of my lover suffocating on a fish hook? You'll be seeing a grown woman skewered by the chin soon and realize our secret. We are but koi fish, beings of light and dark, chaos and peace, both who ventured too far from the water into your quaint little market for a morning thrill. Suffocation, no breathing. Damn, I don't know why I can't get the next lyric. Do you give an F if she cuts her arms bleeding? Don't give a fuck if I... Like, I'm trying to work it through in my head, but I'm like, what the fuck are the lyrics? I know the lyrics if the tune was playing, but I just can't get it in my head. I'm not musically charged, let's say. And I'm sick of washing plates like a commoner. In your head, zombie, in your head. And I'm stuck washing plates like a commoner. To afford enough money to purchase my own lover from the fish market. 1,000 traumas can't be as bad as this. But then I look at her. The exhaustion I feel now can't be as grueling as that. Missed a spot, said the grease-riddled pan flipper. He spat a wad of tar onto the plate I'd been washing. I couldn't cover the man in deeper stains of darkness than what had already littered his clothes. What? Has someone shut the lights off again? Agatha, he said, but I can get payback. He dropped the 2 fish he had in the girthsome hands, pawed at his face with leather gloves. He might resist my darkness, though I doubt he could, with his recent actions. Our magic is based on what karma those around us gather through their behavior. If Lilybeth had enough mastery over her light, she could help, but she's dying, and I've run out of time. There's not much to this man. I can read it all in that heart of his. His older brother fell in a river when he was age 9 and tried to save him, but he was strong enough to pull him out. Ever since then, he devoted his life to strength. Vowed to save all fish from the clutches of water. Foolish. 3 more men barged in. I had to steal their eyes as well as their memories. I even cast a shadow over the pouches they used to carry their currency. If this should ever happen again, indeed it will. There's no shame in making sure I get paid. You guys make more than this in an hour, right? I said. Such a bother to acquaint myself with my own fingers each time I transform, but I make quite the pickpocket. Alright. Other times, I wasn't as successful in capturing you. You resurrected as my Yang, who forgot what the humans did to her, because I snuck into the fish market and collected your mangled body, placed it back in the pond, and stitched you back together. You hadn't died yet. You were shallow of breath and losing blood fast. I didn't want you to suffer any longer, so I covered your mouth with my own. I let the feel of our kiss reduce your pain to nothing. You didn't struggle. You went limp. And you were a koi fish again. You could swim and breathe, but it would take 9 transformations for your wounds to fully heal. You'd already lost so much blood. The Arbiter needed one of your scales and a tear from the sun, and the sun only cried when it lost one of its own. The Arbiter took his wand and slit your throat. With your scale and that tear, the Arbiter could create a not quite Yang version of you. But you healed. I was with you again. As long as you could run and leap and laugh and dream, I would swim behind the ship you command to make sure the Kraken never gets to you. Damn, we made it. Just in time. Just in time. Holy shit, that was close. By the tips of our whiskers! True. So, if I have the money, I will get a better mic and try to do the voice again. Alright, sounds good, Book. Are we back? Alright, Mango, you're up next. Sorry that took forever. It's just kind of the way it goes sometimes. Ads have concluded. I found one for like $200. What mic? Because, like, I don't know if people still recommend it, but I have the Blue Yeti, which was only like $70. So I don't know if getting something that's $200 is necessarily the best way to go. Depending on how... Well, I mean, maybe a Blue Yeti is $200 now. I have absolutely no idea. Is it a Rode mic? I mean, apparently it's good. I don't know what the brand name is for it though. Or is Audio Technica the name of the brand? I don't know. Mango, are you still here, Mango? If not, maybe we can move on to one of these. Maybe we'll do a Mr. Ballin or Sean. Do you have chapter 11, Sean? No. Nothing so far. Oh yeah, that's right. I remember you saying that. Well, better safe than sorry, right? Well, if Mango's not here, then let's... I have one page of smut, one singular page. I need more. We can, strange object named after Dracula reveals new surprises. I don't know. If they come back, we'll read their thing. If they, they might just be, like, doing something in the background, right? So, it is what it is. But, hey. Let's get some Anton, because this sounds interesting. I have a question. Will you answer? I always answer every question honestly, Fish. No matter what question it is, I will answer it honestly. To the best of my abilities.
Okay, today we're going to discuss a very bizarre object somewhere in the Milky Way galaxy. This is the object you see right here, referred to as Dracula's Chivito.
Still capping,
and it's
anyway.
called that because, remarkably, it looks like one of those things.
I don't know what
we find
capping
right here
means,
on
by
our
the way,
planet.
Fish.
It basically looks like some kind of a hamburger.
Did you see
And so
Hillary's
just like
latest
some of
video
the other
regarding
objects
AI?
we usually
No,
name after
Fish.
things on Earth, such as the
Will you
famous
read my
Force Nebula,
mutt, but
the one
not
that we
on
discussed
stream?
previously,
It's too
and the one you
explicit
see
for
right
stream.
here, and the Pillars of Creation.
Book, there's nothing
The
too
structure
explicit
that
for
was
stream.
analyzed
We
and captured
read
by the James
Pokemon
Webb
smut.
relatively recently. Here we once again have something super exciting. And exciting because this is just such a bizarre object for many different reasons. But it's also not the only such object known to us, and actually not the only object that's named after a sandwich. And so in this video we're going to discuss this thing once again.
Okay, so we'll read yours. Post it in the 3 chat we have. This one? So give me a link, Fish, for this this video of Hillary regarding AI. Is she saying AI is bad and that we should stop AI and AI is going to destroy the world? Is that what she said? A Link, my brother in Christ, you just said you're about to read a story. Yeah, but I can still get it ready. So then when we're done reading the story, I can click on it. I like to have things preemptively set up. Because I'll forget otherwise. Didn't we read this already? Or is this revised? Okay. Alright, here we go. Book smut! Let's do it. Come here, girl. Shi Ming said from his bed, his voice somewhat weak. Wang Qing, in just her underclothes, shivered but walked to the side of the bed. Get up here, lay beside me, he said, a bit frustrated by her reluctance. Wang Qing gently crawled over her husband's legs and sat kneeling beside him. Wan Qing. That's not how it's spelt, fish. I don't usually go for white women, but she's low-key doing it for me. I like me, a smart, classy woman. Those are the real freaks, I tell you what. Wan Qing. You're a Wan Qing. You're Wan Qing. We'll not be able to do much tonight, but we will consummate the marriage. You will do most of the work. Wan Qing's eyes widened. I do not know how to, she stuttered as she blushed a deep red. I'll tell you what to do, Shi Ming said. First, take off your top. Wan Qing did as she was told, even though she was scared to death. She slowly exposed her breasts to her husband for the first time. They were small but pert, and her nipples hardened in the cold air. Wan Qing stared down at her lap, scared to look at her husband's face as he viewed her breasts. You have beautiful breasts, little bird, Shi Ming said, his voice a bit husky now. He reached out a hand and gave a hand. I think I'm supposed to say and? Gave one of her nipples a flick. Wan Qing jumped back, a bit startled, but corrected herself. Husband, she whispered, her eyes half lidded. Come closer. I wish to suck on your pretty breasts. Wan Qing slowly moved closer, her breasts slightly swaying with her movements. She awkwardly half leaned over him to give her access to her. He had to half raise himself, but it was worth it when he got her nipple in his mouth. Laughed and flicked it with his tongue, enjoying the taste and smoothness of her breast. Wan Qing closed her eyes, feeling a little curl of something in her belly she had never felt before. She adjusted a bit so he could reach her other breast. That's a good start. That's a good start, book. Let me suck on them titties! Yeah, that's all you wrote for now, right? That can't be the end of the sex scene, though. They haven't even done anything yet. Like, you're not just gonna end the scene there, right? You're not just gonna tease my dick that easily. Alright, let's see this thing that Fish is talking about.
You personally. Yes, you.
It's a 57-minute video. I mean, I guess we can watch it. It's a 57-minute fucking video. Like, this is definitely to go on the list, but I don't know if I want to watch it right now. I mean, we could. I'm back. I didn't submit because I had to talk with someone. No worries. See, and I didn't want to start something that I didn't want to pause. I don't mind pausing Anton in the middle because it's just like a bunch of science stuff, right? But I don't want to, like, you know, if we're doing like a study or something like that, I don't want to pause it. And I wanted to wait for Mango to come back, which is perfect timing. I like how she has a skull on her desk. Yeah, Otto. It okay, my friend, it okay. Like, we could definitely watch it later, maybe, but I'm even considering having a short stream and, like, doing 4 hours and then catching up on my sleep because I'm so fucking tired. I'm like, I don't know if I'm gonna last. It's about 3 pages long, not that long. No worries. Length doesn't really matter. That's not what's important. It's important how you use it. That's what he said. So 3:30, 3:30 U. An hour of video is 2 weeks of content because tangents and bold. Yeah, every 1 minute of video is 10 minutes of real content, sometimes 15. No, it doesn't really matter. All kinds of people use different things, right? It doesn't matter at the end of the day. I just drop it in Scrivener so it's easier for the layout for everyone, right? And that way people can tell whose it is by looking at, like, the corner there, right? Oh, Scotty, when is our face-off? Whenever you want it to be, Fish. You literally have to just set a date. We can do it tomorrow. If you want. I just literally have to install the games. Amplifies the length of the video, though, so a 1 minute is 10 minutes of content, an 11-minute video is an hour of content, and so on. No, Sean. A 6-minute video is an hour of content. An 11-minute video is 2 hours of content. Because 1 minute is equivalent to 11 minutes of content. Because it's the 1 minute of the video plus 10 minutes of me ranting. So 6 minutes is 6 hours, or 60 minutes and 66 minutes. I'll just close stream during the games so that the competitive spirit is retained. Cheating isn't fun after all. True, Fish. But do you want to do it tomorrow? We can do it tomorrow. Wait, I can't rhyme face off with itself. Not like that anyway. It is what it is. Okay, here we go. So this is Mango's story, chapter 3. Watchtower. Roy woke up alone. He gazed around the princess's bedroom, searching for Marie. We'll try for a night when you're fully rested. I'm like Goku. I need a full power opponent. True, Fish. Small window leaped the morning sun into the chamber, leaving a sheet of light on the floor. The mahogany door's brass handle glinted, Roy looked side to side, taking in the strategically placed stuffed animals, paintings hung on the wall, and books piled on top of each other. Nowhere. As Roy stood, a blanket with an embroidered heart fell to the floor from his lap. He smiled briefly, folding the blanket with care and laying it by the window. A knock rang out from the other side of the door. Roy grinned. "Good morning, Princess," Roy said. He reached out. When his greeting was not returned, Roy glanced up to see it was not the princess. In fact, it looked like a knight. Super Carlin Bros brought up an interesting question. Hagrid flew to the island where he met Harry. How? He didn't have the bike anymore. There's no broom that will hold him. Carpets aren't legal in Britain. And with either the broom or the carpet or even the bike, Harry would have seen it. So how did he fly? I have no idea, Sean, because I don't even know what you're talking about. I don't know, like, any about Harry Potter. A ranking one. A high-ranking one. Two stood awkwardly in the doorframe. Roy took a step back and paused. Cleared his throat. "Good morning. Have you seen the princess?" "Captain," a knight with blonde hair saluted upon Roy's arrival. "You're dismissed, Sir Daniel. Thank you for your assistance," Roy replied. With a nod, Roy took his position guarding outside the royal seer's chamber. From within, Roy could make out two voices arguing, distant shouting and yells echoing faintly. "If you won't tell me where my daughter is, I'll find her myself. We're through here," King Chris boomed. His long maroon cape fluttering as the doors swung wide open. Muttering to himself, the king knocked over a vase of flowers with his fist. He exited, but not before glaring at Roy. The royal seer sighed, then looked up to see the knight. "You, the captain, shut the door and sit here with me," Seer whispered. Roy nodded. "I've received a vision. When I told the king, he naturally wasn't happy. Told me I was relieved of my duties as royal seer, effective immediately. However, I have been waiting for you." "For me?" Roy asked. "Your job is to work on your dancing. Just think of it like sword fighting. Trust me." Roy stared blankly. "You'll see. She's been waiting for you longer." The seer grins. "Watch your neck." With a nod, Roy immediately knew where to go. Roy knocked on the watchtower's door. "Good morning." You forgot the last part," Maria's voice chirped from within. "Good morning, Princess." Roy's face flushed with a tint of red. Word had spread fast. "I hope no rumors spread. I hope they do. And what do you think? What would they say? That I'm some spoiled princess fooling around with her knight? Be better if I wasn't here." Marie's voice was quieter that time. Roy sat and loosened his collar on the other side of the door. "Do you know how I found you here, Marie?" Roy asked. "Enlighten me," she said after a moment of pause. "Well, if you were running away, the guards could catch up to you on their horses. Instead, you chose to hide somewhere they would never look. Except you," Mary grumbled. "You knew where to look. Yes, the bridge crumbled years ago and was never fixed. Only someone with ice magic could patch the gap." Roy went on. "It's also your favorite view." The door opened and Roy leaned backwards, falling to the ground. He looked up to the princess standing over him. "Well, you won. Aren't you going to arrest me? Take me captive to my father?" Marie said. Roy rolled over and worked to his knees. "That wasn't my intention." "Then why did you come here with your sweet words? Do you think of me as some fragile trophy?" Marie took a step forward. "I'm not going back without a fight." Roy shook his head. As the room chilled, frost tinted the windows of the watchtower. Marie's eyes narrowed. "Run away with me. You and I will be throwing our futures away as members of the royal palace. However," Roy paused, "I've had a deep wish to be born a prince within my heart." Bausel McKib, yo, what's up? Hagrid is a half-giant, so roughly 10 feet tall and not skinny. Then his wand was snapped, so he's not allowed to do magic. Harry was taken onto an island with a shabby hut to try and keep him away from his Hogwarts letters. Yet Hagrid said he flew there. Just doesn't make sense unless the word would have actually been flue, which refers to using flue powder to magically move through fireplaces. In that case, he'd have appeared in the fireplace instead of smashing through the door. Run away with me. Help me raise our child while we still can. They haven't fucked. They don't have a kid yet. At least I don't think they've fucked yet. She made him sleep with her, but they just slept in the same bed. They didn't actually fuck, right? Or am I missing something? Roy paused. I've had a deep wish to be born a prince within my heart. I would have liked to be one of your suitors. That maybe if I was of royal status, you would look at me. So run! Roy's words were interrupted by the soft sensation of lips meeting him. Marie's hair brushed against Roy's face. She ran her fingers down his back and he hugged her waist. Both locked eyes with one another as their first kiss ended, their foreheads touching, each panting for air. Took you long enough. I want you with me, Roy. Marie smiled. Oh shit, alright, they're ready to run away. Let's do this. But they know they can't run away, so now what do? Roy's gonna get charged with treason. There's gonna be some fucked up shit going on. I like where this is going, Mango. I'm definitely intrigued by this. Thank you for the read. No worries, Mango. As Fish says, I'm pretty sure they haven't fucked yet, right? Did the Fish freaking call the ending in this, ho? It's like, oh, she actually fucked him in her sleep, and it's like she's pregnant, so she found out she's pregnant, so she ran away. I don't know about that. I mean, it could be. I don't know. There's always the possibility. You can never go too far when it comes to this. But I think I know what we're gonna do, Fish. No need to watch, just thought it is funny in the story's context. Whoops. Where the fuck did it go? Is this a song?
Come and fly away with me. Come and fly away with me. Come and fly away with me. Come and fly away with me.
True.
Come and fly away with me. Come and fly away with me.
Yeah, I thoroughly enjoyed that chapter. Getting, no, it discovers that it's fly being another word for run. True. Alright, so I think what we're gonna do, if no one else has any other stories and we're good on everything, we'll watch that AI video, Fish. I'm gonna go make some popcorn, though. So you guys can chill out with this. We're gonna have an ad break in a sec here. I gotta have a toke. We're gonna grab some water and some popcorn, and we're gonna sit down and we're gonna listen to AI, because I love everyone's insight with AI, especially when it's creative people that aren't necessarily like, you know, it's like, I'm not the biggest fan of it, and I don't, you know, because people overuse stuff, but using it as a tool and stuff like that. In fact, yeah, no one gives a fuck. Look at Psyop Anime, man. No, someone has to have their pen up. I don't know, Fish, there's only like 4 people here, and we've already read 4 stories. Even I'm trying to get back in the kitchen now that my PC is up once more. Well, good for you, Fish. 3, 2, 1, toe! volume.
Something's gonna bring the change. Journeys we are meant to take. Something at the edge of space, calling us to fly away. All right. So I'm very sad because there's no popcorn. I think this is the first time in like a year we haven't had any fucking popcorn. So I'm just making some wings, I guess.
So let's fuck it, let's watch it.
If you use AI, it is going to destroy you.
True.
Throughout modern history, all history really, mankind has experienced certain shifts in technology that have affected the patterns of human consciousness. By that, I only mean that there have been moments in history when technological advances have fundamentally altered the way human beings take in information and then access that information. Of course, there was the printing press, but focusing more on modern history, obviously the television represented one of the biggest shifts in human consciousness in recorded history. How human beings received information of all kinds was altered forever by the introduction of moving pictures and then moving pictures with sound. The average modern person might not realize this, but the television forever changed the way we picture things in our minds. To varying degrees, it also altered the way we process information and the way we store it. It also altered how we build thoughts. But it's not even a conspiracy theory anymore that the CIA was looking for ways to use televisions for social control and literal mind control. Look it up. It's a real fact. But even in terms of things like appearance, physicality, existence, the way we talked, the way we argued, the way we loved or expressed emotion, what we believed, why we believed it, it all became beholden to varying degrees to the influence of televised media. And I'm not saying that the TV is the devil box, I'm just trying to convey that major technological advances that alter the way human beings receive communication and information then also alter the way human beings process, store, and access information in their own minds. Massive technological shifts represent corresponding massive human shifts. People are going to hear me say this and think, oh, this Karen is just anti-television and all technology. No, I'm not. I love the medium of TV. I love the internet.
Just because you explain something doesn't mean you endorse it.
New technologies change how we think. That's not really good or bad, it just is. So the average person who grew up with a familiarity with television will store things in his head differently.
Like for me, it's because I didn't have a TV until I was like 13. So like everything or a computer. So everything that I consumed was either on the radio or in book format, which significantly shaped my early life. I thought my title would get someone's attention. Let's see it. Let's see it, Muffin. I think the same thing sometimes, but it never works out, right? I mean, yeah, and then people come in and say, no, don't stop streaming, keep going.
The average person in
and be like, no, look at the bio, retard.
He'll also interact with knowledge and information in different ways. That's all. Coming down closer to our era, we find the invention of the internet and eventually
that wonderful sound.
Google. The internet itself, with its vast storehouses of information, gave rise to a new shift in how human beings store and access information in their own minds. This is sometimes referred to as the Google effect. Simple version, if you know a certain piece of information is online, you're less likely to remember it. That is, you're less likely to even bother to store information in your own head, because now the internet is the great information safety net. Whether that's a good thing or a bad thing or a neutral thing isn't quite the topic of this video. Interesting discussion though. Zoom ahead another decade or so and you'll reach the dawn of social media. This was even more significant than the internet, in my opinion, and it caused us as a species to experience yet another shift in how we take in information, how we process information, how we store it, etc. Social media completely changed civilization in a way most people haven't really paused to understand. But this is a big enough topic that it needs its own video, so for now we'll just leave it at that. Today's video is focusing mainly on the most recent cataclysmic shift in human consciousness. AI. This is not going to be a video about how everything in Terminator was right, actually. And oh no, the machines are going to become our overlords. Let's face it, the machines already are our overlords.
True.
When Edward Snowden was interviewed in 2013 regarding the revelations he had presented to humankind about how our machines were being used to spy on us every hour of every day, He said that his greatest fear was that people would receive this knowledge and do nothing.
And that's exactly what happened.
The greatest fear that I have regarding the outcome for America of these disclosures is that nothing will change. People will see in the media all of these disclosures. They'll know the lengths that the government is going to grant themselves powers unilaterally to create greater control over American society and global society. But they won't be willing to take the risks necessarily to stand up and fight to change things.
Not for another 50 years.
Exactly what happened. Machines have been our overlords ever since we found out that Google and Apple and everyone else mines all our data all day long. And yet we continue to use the Google products and the Apple products. And we continue to update our Facebook profile and post to Instagram, even though we
all know there's a chance you're going to die in a car accident. Does that stop you from driving a car? No, because the convenience of a car outweighs the risk. Even if it was 10 or 100 times more likely for you to die in a car, people would still drive cars because the convenience is so ridiculously high that you basically have to have it's like 10 or 15% chance of dying every time you get in a car, and even then that might not be enough to push people over the edge.
Oh, it's all being mined for data, or nowadays used to train AI in order to, what? Allow the CIA to spy on us, allow advertisers to sell us stuff, to create bots that mimic people to alter the course of democratic elections.
True.
What does it matter at this point? No one cares. Everyone just keeps on doom scrolling. Machines don't need to mass enslave humankind. We've already enslaved ourselves to our devices. The second we decided that the doom scroll was more important than privacy or our peace of mind or our mental health, the machines had already...
The fact that people call it doom scrolling is like another thing too. It's like even the vocabulary we'll use against it is so fucking dystopian.
This video also isn't about the major corporations stealing everything you type or post on the internet and using it to train their AI. That's a factor, but it's not the topic of this video, especially now that we've reached a point at which the mega social media corporations operated by automaton CEOs are finding ways to legally use everything you type or post on social media to train their LLMs. And while we're at it, let's also mention the publishing conglomerates who have signed deals with these AI companies, allowing them to use anything that is published by that conglomerate to train its AI. Or how about that time that Meta was going to buy Simon & Schuster so they could use their entire back catalog of printed works to train their LLMs. And now authors are even being asked to sign deals allowing their publishers to use their books to train their AIs. This isn't even an ethical or legal question anymore. They'll continue to find legal ways to steal everything everyone has ever written, drawn, photographed, or recorded. And meanwhile, people will continue to willingly hand over everything they post online, even though they know is being used to train AI. None of that is news. Everyone knows that the AI companies are ethical black holes, and just like with the revelation that social media and internet companies are spying on you, or the government is using your phone to track you, no one really seems to care. People just carry on using AI to summarize their Google search, to explain a YouTube video, to translate a movie, to recap a television show, to generate quote-unquote ethical, explicit adult media, and also straight up CSAM. And, you know, write their homework reports, their to-do lists, their schedules, their resumes, their love letters, their poetry, and their novels. Just like in 2013, no one really cares. First things first, I have seen a lot of incredibly stupid posts saying things along the lines of, being mad or concerned about AI is just like being mad or concerned about typewriters or cameras. I don't know who needs to hear this. No, it's not. Firstly, when using a typewriter or a laptop or even speech-to-text software, you are still the one writing, controlling, thinking, planning, deciding everything, exactly as you would be if you were writing with a pencil, or a quill pen, or a brush, or anything else. The tool, in this case, extends human agency. It doesn't augment or replace it. As for cameras, they perform a separate function from traditional or even digital art. They are reproducing reality using a specific mechanism and technology. Finally, both examples, and any other nonsense idiots might dream up, are still, nevertheless, rooted in reality. We'll talk more about that in a minute.
And it's like my argument for that is the fact of it's the scale of availability. So it's not that cameras are the same way in effectiveness of like agency, like removing your agency, because that's the thing with AI is the removal of agency, whereas all of the other developments of technology have just been expanding the reach of people. So I look at it from the angle of expanding reach, because that's how I look at it, right? Because there's always going to be like the abuse of it, and I'd say that's the same way as in like people stealing people's art just straight up, right? Where it's like people are just claiming that this is their art even though it's someone else. Like with Concord and Marathon, where it was proven that basically they took fan art and put it inside of the game without paying the people. And it's like, well, you can't fucking do that shit, right? So that's the same level of, okay, AI takes away the autonomy of it, but the reach that AI gives, as in the way that camera or something like that gives the reach of someone, but even with a camera, right, you still have to go out to the place to take the picture of it. So there is a significant difference in it, but still it's the how many people were able to do a visual medium was like this big, and then cameras came along and all of a sudden it's this big, and then we take that and we bring it back down here, and now AI comes out and now it's the size of the world, and it's like, yeah, it's not good. So every time that I've made the argument that it's like cameras or the typewriter or the computer, it's in the vein of the availability of access of creativity, saying that it is expanding people's creativity, not the fact that it, going into the area of being taken advantage of that technology.
What's the state of
because I agree with her with the taking advantage of and the autonomy of,
27% of
right?
American adults use
It is on a
AI
different
constantly
scale.
or at least several times a day.
So when you're
Many
comparing them, you have to
experts
have
believe
that
number
nuance.
is actually much higher, given how much AI is integrated into every aspect of internet life.
Mm-hmm.
These experts believe that the percentage of adult Americans who use AI constantly or several times a day is closer to 79%.
Mm-hmm.
Despite the fact
Mm-hmm.
that there seems to be a steady rise in AI usage, you also have surveys reporting a marked decrease in AI interest, and even outright AI disgust, such as the general
But that's just
backlash
absolute
against new AI
bias.
actresses and singers, or horrible AI-generated ads. The bottom line is, I don't need to show you infographics for you to know that AI is everywhere. And even if it is a bubble and the bubble is about to burst, like any new consciousness-altering technology, it's not going anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
You can't unring a bell. It all reminds me of Snowden all over again. A huge percentage of society seems to understand that AI is horrible and are even outraged by its existence, and yet no one really seems to care that much. People still chat with bots,
Social
listen to AI
justice
music,
warriors!
and use LLMs to do all kinds of their thinking for them. People talk about the right way to use it, or they'll gush about how it helped them get their life together. They talk about harnessing
it's a
power
tool,
for
right?
good or whatever. Like,
And any
no,
tool
it's
can
a
be taken
gift. Why
advantage
not
of. A
use it
hammer
for
can kill
good?
someone even though it's meant to hit nails.
Within the world of creativity, images, videos, music, and literature, people have had a taste of how much easier it is to accomplish their goals, sort of, with AI. So
Menial
in that
tasks,
respect,
right?
in some ways, the damage is permanent. My area is literary, so that's what I was most interested to observe when this whole trend took off. At least once a week, I get a message from some new company that wants to sponsor one of my videos. This company claims to be a tool for writers, but all it is a curated assortment of AI generators. This one generates dialogue, this one generates plot structures and outlines, this one assesses your prose, this one helps you brainstorm, this one looks for plot holes, and so on and so on. A few times I've replied to these emails asking these companies why they think outsourcing the creative process to a machine is actually helping writers. I usually get the same, probably AI-generated response, something along the lines of streamlining the boring part of the process, making writing more inclusive. You've all heard all of this before. Basically, because it's easier. And we're going to...
And that's the thing is, like, AI can take someone who's like a 1 writer to like a 3, right? It can boost you, but it's not going to turn someone who's like not creative not intuitive, and not using references. Like, we're talking originals, right? Like, most people in 10, 15 years from now are going to be doing, like, taking media that already exists and, like, putting it together. Like, AI, hey, create me a 2-hour movie about Mario fighting Scooby-Doo, and make it like the whole movie is like following Scooby-Doo, and you think Mario's the enemy, but then it's like this reveal at the end that Scooby-Doo's actually the bad one. And it's like the mask off moment for Scooby-Doo, and it's actually like a guy in a costume. It's like, you have to have some pretty, like, creativity to come up with something like that, as opposed to just, like, something like, make me a movie where this character is the villain, and this character is the hero, right? And I think the more in-depth you're going to be able to get, even in 10, 15 years, directing that the AI is going to be a huge difference between, you know, slop or whatever you want to call it. But I gotta go check on my food. I'll be right back.
Talk later about how incredibly bad it is for your mind to rely on a machine to
Yeah.
do these things for you. But for right now, I want you all to take a giant step.
And that's the thing, is like relying on it, right? And that's the difference, is the cognitive acceptance of knowing, yes, I'm using this as a tool. It's like screwing a screw in with your hand versus using a drill, right? It's the amount of effort you're putting into it, but it's something that doesn't require you to put a lot of effort into. So it's like, analysis wise, specifically for me, it's like, I don't have a beta reader, I don't have an editor. So the next best thing is either I could go to someone that I know that's not really interested in it and has no information about it and get really bad feedback, or I could go to AI and get really bad feedback. I'd rather go to AI, get really bad feedback, and learn from that feedback, and, you know, taking it with a grain of salt, of being like, treating it like you're talking to your 10-year-old nephew who has no idea for anything, and you're like, okay, yeah, sure, okay, that's just your opinion about it. Yeah, okay, well, there's definitely a bunch of continuity errors in between all of that, but, you know, I'm getting, like, the smallest ideas of it, right?
Back and really look at this whole situation as if you're seeing it for the first time. Imagine you step into current year and everyone tells you how they've used AI for all these things. They used AI to put together their grocery shopping list, used AI to write a jingle for a car commercial, used AI to write an apology letter to their spouse, used AI to outline a report they're writing on Macbeth, used AI to plan and outline their novel. The first question that comes to my mind is, what has each person in these examples used their own human mind to do? How many people ask ChatGPT how to solve a conflict with their spouse, and then the AI advises an apology letter and then generates one for them? How many people wait until the AI on the shopping app sends them a notification to tell them it's time to go grocery shopping and then generates a list? How many kids in school get a homework assignment and ask Gemini or ChatGPT or whatever how they should approach it, or for ideas to get started? How many people fire up the old megacorporation LLM trained on infinity Reddit posts and use it to have a conversation about current political matters? And so on and so on. Where exactly
contaminated.
does the human end and the machine begin? Let's put aside ethics for a moment and think about humanity. What will happen to us as human beings if we keep letting AI perform basic tasks
We will
which are
become
absolutely
obsolete.
essential to the human condition? Let's put aside the
We will
fact that
become
the AI that
antiques.
we're allowing to run our lives and make our decisions for us is invariably controlled by a soulless multi-billionaire.
It won't
who is
disappear, but it will be
collecting
only
every speck
1%.
of data they learn about you from your AI usage, from how much cheese you eat to whether or not you use dangling modifiers. Let's put aside the fact that corporate LLMs with their corporate speak and their corporate HR problem-solving policies are being used to provide psychological assistance to the mentally unwell. Let's put aside the fact that we have officially entered the future dystopia depicted in countless dystopian movies in which a soulless machine provides everything from diagnosis to absolution. Let's put aside the fact that soulless corporate-made machines interested only in maximizing profits on a scale the average human being cannot even fathom has now also begun to resurrect the dead.
Yep.
Is AI the one ring of evil and blah, blah, blah? Yeah, it kind of is, but not in the way you think. The problem with apocalyptic dystopian movies is that they have conditioned us to think that the destruction of civilization will come with a huge flash of radiation and a mushroom cloud the size of Texas, when the reality is a lot more like The Matrix. No one will really know because, crucially, no one will really care.
Yep.
Everyone in the whole world will just slide the one ring on and use it for literally every single aspect of their lives, willfully oblivious to the wholesale civilizational destruction they are causing. I can't believe I have to say this, but we're not supposed to be using the dystopian hellscape novels and movies as civilizational blueprints.
Yeah,
Today,
exactly.
we're not going to talk
It's
about
so
the ethics of AI
bad.
and plagiarism and corporations stealing art. We're not going to talk about the so-called inevitable march of progress or any of that. We're going to talk about one thing above all else. You personally, yes, you. If you use AI, it is going to destroy you. And if enough of us do it, it's going to aid in the destruction of civilization.
Yep.
And no, I don't mean it's going to replace you. An LLM is not going to upend the career of the next would-be Ernest Hemingway. Slop has always existed, and the finer examples of excellent human work have always prevailed. A machine vomiting slop onto the bookshelves of Barnes & Noble isn't going to change that now. Not even a bunch of Silicon Valley weirdos and their bizarre new
And there's plenty of slop before AI too, right?
To all
AI is
the writers
not
out
unique
there,
in
if AI
slop.
writing can actually replace what you
It's
do,
just
then what
multiplied
you do isn't writing. And don't get me wrong, it is vile that AI is temporarily at this moment replacing the human element of the somewhat mundane writing jobs like catalog descriptions and website copy. But if you're a novelist
Journalism.
of some kind and you find that AI is, big gigantic air quotes here, better than you, that means you need to work harder.
Yeah, you need
and become a better writer.
you
And
need
guess
to be
what?
you need to
For you,
improve your
the human
skills.
being, that's actually
Not being
possible.
like, well, I'm
If you
not
work
good, so
really
I just
hard,
don't
there's
do
no
it,
limit
right?
to how
That's the
much you can grow as a
difference.
writer. AI doesn't have that because it's a machine, not a person. But if you do find yourself being somewhat arguably technically outwritten by AI, that doesn't mean AI is a better writer than you.
It just
It just
means
means you still have work to
yeah,
do. But
you're
we all
not at
do.
that
There's
level
nothing
yet.
shameful in that. Any skill issues can be fixed by a human. A human just has to practice and get better. An AI is a machine that can only spit out a grotesque, soulless amalgamation of what it has been fed. So yeah, maybe the grammar will be okay some of the time. Maybe the use
So
of
far,
prose will be
but
a
it
little
will get
smoother
better.
than yours some of the time. But so what? Practice your prose and get better. Eventually, you'll shoot through the ceiling of what could theoretically be possible for a machine
Yeah.
100 years from now. Why? Because you're a human being. The
Even
human
though I
element
don't
cannot
believe
be
that 100 years from
quantified,
now,
coded,
like
or
the
programmed.
whole
In a
point is
world
we're
of matter
replicating the
and
human
reality,
brain.
the human is
So the
human.
concept is if AI is a replication of the human brain, and the ultimate step is a one-to-one conversion, then the ultimate step in the end game, machines would be at better brains than humans. in every aspect, right? Which is, again, it's provable by math, but via the like solution thing, right? I don't remember exactly what it's called, but it's the existence of solutions, right? It exists, but our access to it is not practical, or may never be practical. Same with, if we ever get to a point, we may realize that, having true AI in our form is not possible. But if we're replicating human brain, we already know that the human brain exists and the human brain can do this. So if we just make something that's like better than a human brain, it's like having someone who has 40 IQ versus fucking Einstein. And that's going to be, only it's going to be multiplied by like a fucking billion. But eventually, if we do replicate human thought in that way with actual artificial intelligence, which is not what we're using right now, not large language models, like actual, like real artificial intelligence, like the replication of actual consciousness, which we should be possible because we are technically just biological machines.
All the rest is subject to humanity, be it animal, mineral, plant, or digital. It is
But
all
with
subject to the dominion of the beings.
The idea of LLMs is not going to be what AI is in 100 years from now. Just like if you looked at computers 100 years ago and TVs 100 years ago, you would never, or phones 100 years ago, right? It's like the continuous evolution of it.
Of reason. A machine does not have the use of reason, therefore it cannot have control over anything. But if you give it control over things, especially your human mind, you are reducing yourself to something less than human. And that is shameful. It isn't shameful to be outwritten by a machine that has ingested the entire canon of English literature. It's shameful to think that that means anything. A copier tasked with making a photocopy of a Rembrandt will, in that moment, be a better artist than most people. That doesn't mean anything, and no sane artist would feel ashamed being compared to a photocopier. What's shameful is giving in, to say, well, I'm not as good as I want to be, so I'm going to give up and let the
and let someone else,
like
let something that's better than me take over my creative.
Don't give another machine still
upwards.
more power over your mind and your daily life. That being said, even if the next Ernest Hemingway isn't going to be replaced by the AI, he might be poisoned by AI. He might have his talent and his drive to improve himself cut off at the knees by AI. And that's where the real danger is. It's true when I say that AI's domination of human arts is going to end. It's true when I say that humans are inherently superior by the mere quality of their being human. But what happens when human beings allow themselves to become more and more and more dependent on these AI machines and LLMs? What then? When I say AI is going to destroy you...
It's like, despite the amount of knowledge that we have now, like, the amount of, and like the access to fucking ads. Fuck ads! Fuck these ads, bitches! No one wants ads! Why you gotta go and have my ads? I don't need no ads. Why are you up in my ads? I'll tell you what I get for ads. I don't know what ads get what, but I'll do what get for ads. Yeah, we'll go what do ads. I'll throw in ads for ads. Don't put an ad on ads with ads. For ads, go for dad rad fad pads. It's a pad dad on a fad man. I'll tell you I'm a rad tad. I'll get on those ads right now. We're moving that money around, getting those ads up, and next thing you know, it's all you need. It's more ads. I don't like ads, but I know they're a necessary evil. Damn fucking ads.
This is what I mean. I mean that if you use it, you will be killing your creative self, killing your intellect, your reasoning, your problem-solving skills, and the soul of your literary identity that cannot grow.
Despite the amount of availability of information nowadays, in general, on the scale of, like, if you look at the availability of knowledge 200 years ago and the amount of people that had, like, a good understanding of that knowledge was, like, 90%. It's like, if you had access to the knowledge, you were pretty much, like, set, right? Because it's like, that's the difference between, like, peasants and nobility and stuff like that, right? Is, like, the idea of being a higher class of person because you have access to more information, and thus, of course, you're smarter. Which may not be true, but it could be. And now in an age when basically everyone can start on the same base level, people are still at the floor fucking retarded. Even though you literally have the information of the entire world and all of reality at your fingertips. Just the biggest problem is the inability for people to differentiate that information.
Artificial digital.
And that's kind of like through schooling, because we haven't really, our society hasn't taught people properly about, like, how to live in the technological age. So everyone's just kind of, like, kids growing up nowadays are just, like, learning it for themselves and thinking everyone else is retarded because everyone else is retarded.
Soil. More.
Speaking by Trump, everything's computer. When the president of the United States says everything's computer, I think we have a problem, because that's not only is that not proper English grammar, that also means he has no true understanding of what computers are. Or he's just retarded and said something fucking stupid. But everything's computer is just so retarded to say.
Than that. If you build dependence on artificial machine intelligence, you will erode your ability not just to think for yourself, but also to perceive the
and your motivation too, because you'll be like, oh well, I've never done these menial tasks before, I'm never going to do them, so then you give up.
First, how about some facts? Here are a few which I have backed up with sources, and remember, we're still in the beginning phases of AI's overall damage to human consciousness. So
it's not even close. What's happened so far won't even be noticeable with how far it's going to go.
Creative elasticity. Using AI reduces your own vocabulary, grammar skills, and reading comprehension skills. Using AI removes difficulty from the creative or work process,
and difficulty
which
breeds
the quality of the work and your emotional and psychological satisfaction in your work. I've become addicted to putting together the list of sources, so you'll find another companion piece on my website for this video with a lot of fun data you can take your time going through. As I was reading studies about AI and how humans use it and the effect it has on their work and their minds, a number of things started to become clear. First of all, studies done on AI do not often take into consideration the long-term effects of their benefits, and just as often they create ludicrous scenarios for the AI to fix, thereby making itself look amazing. Take this study, for example, that was done on reading comprehension of complex texts, such as medical journal or financial journal articles. Readers were provided with the AI-generated simplification of these texts, and then a multiple-choice questionnaire was administered. Those who used the AI simplification scored higher, and so the study concluded AI helps with reading comprehension.
That's so retarded. That's
that's not real reading comprehension.
Yeah,
yes, obviously.
Yeah, no, that's our use of language is so retarded that we literally had to invent entire, like, job categories for interpretation. You shouldn't need a lawyer to interpret the law. The law should be so basic, so understandable, and so immutable that you read the law and you go, okay, yeah, no, that makes sense. There's, like, and then it's like, okay, exception A, B, and C. Oh, that makes sense, of course, right? You know, every law has its exceptions and stuff like that. But it's like, you shouldn't literally have to have an entire job category that its job is to interpret the law. And half of the time, it's not to actually say what the law is. It's to manipulate the interpretation of the law for your own favor. And I think that's probably the base problem. And especially with, like, studies like this that have no nuance to them, and the conclusion's just absolutely retarded. Because it's not reading comprehension that improves it, it's the use of language overall, and how we, especially in the law and medicine, use, like, Latin and Greek and shit like that. Like if you're ever watching like Chubby Emu, and he's like, oh, this person has oxytomosidosis, and it's like oxy for oxygen, this meaning this meaning this. So this word actually is the statement of saying, you know, high oxygen, low blood or white blood count with high platelets in blood, basically. But it's like instead of having that as a saying, it's just a word. But if you don't know those interpretations or put them together, you literally have to learn entirely new languages just to interpret medicine and law, which is retarded.
Whether or not they can comprehend what they're reading, but this study didn't show that AI improved their reading comprehension of the actual written text. The only text
They
readers
changed
were
the
able to read and
text.
comprehend was that generated by AI.
Yeah.
So in that sense, there was no reading comprehension on display. Secondly, reading comprehension has to be assessed according to the reader's reading level. If you give a 7-year-old Crime and Punishment and he doesn't understand it, does that mean he has no reading comprehension,
No.
even though he can quote you chapter and verse of the Chronicles of Narnia? If you plop your average literate person down in front of, I don't know, anti-CD38 monoclonal antibody CM313 for primary immune thrombocytopenia, chances are they're going to struggle a little. The fact that a dumbed-down version of such an article is easier to understand to the average non-medical professional person
Is not reading
not
comprehension.
mean anything. Why? Because the average person reading anti-CD38 monoclonal antibody CM313 for primary immune thrombocytopenia, that is, the person for whom it was written, probably has the need to understand every single word as written. They're probably in medical school or are a practicing medical professional. If your doctor needs the AI simplified version of a medical
I would
research
not
paper,
trust
your
that
problems
fucking
are
doctor.
a lot bigger than mere literacy.
Yeah.
If you're reading a financial article or a complex philosophical paper,
finance is
something
another
like
one
that,
too.
That means you want to learn what it's saying. Reading the AI simplified version of that is not the same as reading it. If you don't understand the words, look them up in a dictionary. If you don't understand the concepts, maybe you're not ready for this article and you need to read a few simpler ones
That
first
build up
that
your
explain the
cognitive
concepts
understanding,
so you know what
right?
this
You can't
article is talking
start
about.
with
This,
quantum
by the way, is
mechanics
how you
and the
build
double
and
slit theory.
maintain
You need to
basic literacy.
understand
There's nothing shameful
like,
about having to work up to a difficult text.
the difference
That's how it's
between
supposed to be.
quantum and
That's precisely
conventional.
the way in which we build our mental muscles and
Or
build
wave
our
particle
intelligence.
duality is going to make
But,
no sense to
as
you.
we've discussed before on this channel, basic literacy is not just in decline, it's being actively stifled. Providing these lovely, handy AI explainers might seem like a helpful band-aid to the literacy problem, but it's actually just the next volley of attacks.
And then they're going to have to dumb down the dumb down to dumb down the dumb down, and next thing you know, we're going to be saying erder per for word dirt
down your
per.
throat with a giant toilet plunger. You graduate from college unable to read past a 5th grade level and unable to detach yourself emotionally from the knee-jerk reactions you were programmed to have when you heard certain words. You open your phone and you pull up a news article and AI pats you on the head and says, there, nice little stupid human, this one's too hard for you. Here, let me explain it so a 6-year-old could understand it.
Oh my
Which
god,
means
it's
that
so
you're no longer
true.
motivated to increase your own vocabulary. You have no reason to practice your literacy skills, so you can read these complex texts and understand them without AI aid. Basically, you start stupid, and now AI will make sure you stay stupid. Do these AI explainers increase reading comprehension? It's pretty bold to assume the AI explainer is even accurate, but in the long term, it will actually decrease your reading comprehension. Your
'Cause you're
brain
always gonna be
will
looking for a simpler
atrophy
way
into
out.
this thing that can only handle the super simple AI paragraph, and so you'll struggle with anything more complex. This fascinating study talks about this at length, particularly the cognitive debt that is incurred by the mind using AI. As they define in the paper, cognitive debt defers mental effort in the short term, but results in long-term costs, such as diminished critical inquiry, increased vulnerability to manipulation, and decreased creativity. One of the other things I noticed was how people talked a lot about how AI used in this way reduces cognitive load, which means it makes things easier. It also means that the reader doesn't get stressed when they realize that the text is a little beyond them. So it's like the textual version of bumpers at the bowling alley. When I was a kid, I would sometimes go to the bowling alley with my friends. There were lots of kids there, groups of all ages, and it was embarrassing to screw up in front of all of them, yeah. But the only time anyone ever openly made fun of anyone?
When they had the bumpers up.
Little Timmy
Yep.
might cry when his
Yep.
bowling ball goes into the
So
gutter.
fucking
Do you help him
true.
fix his aim
So
it rolls down the middle, or
bitch, you need the fucking bumpers? What the fuck? Get your even my like even when like my niece and my nephew were like 4 or 5, like they didn't even use the bumpers. They're like, I don't want this stuff, and it's like, oh, you hit the gutter. It's like purposefully going for the gutter and shit, right? Anyways, I'll be right back. I gotta grab my food.
Do you just shrug your shoulders and put up the bumpers? It sucks to fail. It sucks to open a book and realize that 40% of it is going to require a dictionary to understand. But you know what? That's how it works. You feel pain or discomfort or even
Then you
embarrassment,
grow.
and your brain says, okay, folks, how do we make sure we never feel this again? Well, we could quit bowling, yes, but bowling is fun. So what if we just keep practicing and look up some tutorials and tips and keep practicing and keep trying, and then whammo, one day you look up and you're bowling 275. That's how being a human being is supposed to work. Failing means you tried and it didn't go well. Bumpers means you were too scared to try.
Yeah.
There is a tremendous amount of data out there on the topic of difficulty. If a task is hard, that's actually good for you. Sure, it builds character and all that, but accomplishing something without help or training wheels when it was difficult produces immense emotional and psychological satisfaction. Anyone out there in the audience who has ever won a contest or competition or completed a difficult project or something, or has, for example, finished writing a book, will know what I'm talking about. You feel almost euphoric, and the feeling lasts. The pride you're able to take in your work is a source of constant pleasure and happiness, not to mention a positive motivator to keep working hard. People who have the bumpers, who don't do the work, might finish the task, but they won't feel the same pride, if they feel any at all. Why would you willingly rob yourself of that? It's genuinely one of the greatest feelings in the world, and we're celebrating a technology that takes that feeling away. These AI explainers, by the way, are just a far more evil version of abridged books. If you ever want to see fire come out of my eyes, just start trying to convince me that abridged books aren't a crime against humanity. If you've read the abridged version of a book, you haven't read the book. If you've read the AI explainer of an
if
article
you
or
haven't
medical
watched,
paper,
if you've watched Naruto abridged or you've watched Dragon Ball Z abridged, you haven't actually watched Dragon Ball. I've seen some of videos. She's pretty smart. I really like her. Yeah, she has great insight on stuff. I don't agree with everything, but that's also with nuance and stuff, right? It's like, well, if I do this, it's because of this, right? Or it's like something like that. But how's it going, Nevermore? Some of these things are, I agree with 70% of the time. Yeah, I like the idea. Like, I use AI for, like, busy work. For instance, like, if I'm doing a YouTube video and I have a story, basically I'll be like, okay, well, what are the scenes in the story? Give me a description of the scene so I can build, like, a thumbnail and a, image library based on the story. Like, you know, find moments of, like, when sound effects would be effective inside of the story, right? And then that saves me, like, if it's like a 7,000 word short story, that saves me like 2 hours of just all I'm doing is I'm saying, pick out these words. And I say, oh, this says my heart beats fast. Okay, well, I'm going to put in a heartbeat effect there, right? And then it's like, oh, well, this is a scene where they go outside. Oh, well, there's an outdoor scene. Oh, this is them entering the kitchen. Oh, that's a kitchen scene, right? So it's like, instead of going through the entire story and having to pick out every single moment like that, it's just eliminating busy work that has no... How is it a creative benefit for me to go through the story and pick those moments out when I've already read the story like 10 fucking times? Right? And I think that's the difference between using it. Same with, like, what's another good example? Like, if I want to take two ideas and combine the ideas, like, I like using AI as, like, Hideo Kojima said it really well. Use AI like a stupid friend. Like that person you go to when you want, like, the stupid opinion, right? And then you go, okay, now I look at that opinion and I go, how can okay, I see how you got to that conclusion. How can I change that thought process along the way to make it something else? Right? So, like, you kind of treat it like you're talking to a child or something like that. It's like they don't have the continuity, they don't have the understanding, but they can give you sparks. And if you can take those sparks and use that as fuel, especially if you're, like, in, let's say, a writer's block moment, right? I use it for things like generating names or grammar correction. Yeah, grammar correction is a huge thing, right? Especially with how complicated English is. So it's like, hey, and especially, like, Grammarly, like, there are programs that just, without even basically stating it, already do that, right? So it's like, at what point do you draw the line? And most people draw the line at the taking over the creative process. Like, if I go like this, right? Like, this to me is two completely different things. If I go, hey, Grok, I need a story that's 1,000 words about a guy who is an inventor and conspiracy theorist. He trains and controls ants to depict QR codes in random places in the world that link to conspiracy theory things, like MK Ultra and time travel and consciousness stuff. So it's like, there's that, right? With Grammarly, it only works so well, and you have to fix the rest yourself. Grammarly would destroy writing if you let it loose from the leash. Yeah, exactly. Point when they're writing the entire story. And then you have, like, a concept, right? And then you take this, and you take, maybe out of this entire story, there will be 2 or 3 ideas that are like, oh, you know what? That's actually, like, a really good idea. But there's like 150 ideas in here. That's not a very good record if you have 150 ideas and only 2 or 3 of them are good. Right? Like, that's around a 1% ratio. Or you could be like, Rock, write me a 1,000 word story about conspiracies. It's like the difference in the story that you're gonna get, because there's no continuity for this one, right? Halfway through, it's probably gonna change what it's even talking about. And I also love to do this just to see the insight that AI has and how crazy it is. It's like interrogating somewhat an insane person, right? It's like, or like someone who has like really, really bad schizophrenia or something like that, where it's like you can't trust their interpretation of reality, but their ideas have some merit to them in a fictional world. AI with writing is like taking paint on a brush, then just flicking it at the canvas. Some of it will purely by accident look good, but the rest is just a mess. Yeah. And it's like, it's not like you have to use AI, right? It's just, my problem is the people that say that if you use AI in any way, shape, or form whatsoever, you're a bad person. I'm like, okay, buddy, go back to protesting in the middle of the street, bro. Okay, you know.
Whatever. You haven't read the text.
And like, if you're someone like, for instance, Book, right? Let's use a real world example. Someone like Book. Book uses AI to write because she doesn't like her own writing. In 10 years from now, there'll be a Book that didn't use AI that's a great writer, and there's going to be a Book that used AI who's not a great writer. And that's the difference. Whereas, like me, I use AI, but I'm always improving my skills because I want to get better. I'm not using AI as a crutch. I'm using AI as a facilitator and a tool of improvement and comparison and information. Just like I would with this video, with BookFox, with Hello Future Me, with anything I'm studying, and you're always taking it with a grain of salt, right? Yeah, I think using Grammarly is great. Yeah, and I have no understanding with grammar whatsoever because I have like no English understanding, right? Because English is a fucking hard language. So I just worry about ideas. I don't worry about the words on the page. Does the idea get across to the reader? That's all I care about. Not is it presented well, it's just, did the idea get across, period. Even if it was only at 10%.
And you don't know what
Anyways,
the
I gotta
author
eat.
wrote.
So let's mow while we listen to this.
Let's put aside the fact that AI has been shown time and again to be wrong. It lies. It does things. It doesn't care. Why
It
would you
gaslights
trust
you.
the random generated text of a machine to tell you what a human...
Sometimes it'll have a random Chinese letter in the text. And I'll be like, yo, Grok, why is there a Chinese letter in here? And they're like, it's not. There isn't a Chinese letter. And I'll take a screenshot of it. I'll send it to you and I'll say, is there a Chinese letter in this? And they'll say, yes. And I'm like, you wrote that. And they'll be like, no, I didn't. And I'm like, shut the fuck up, Grok. Lying piece of shit.
The first time I read Moby Dick, it was the abridged version, and I didn't know because I was 9. For the next 10 years of my life, I thought that the first words of Herman Melville's masterpiece were, "My name is Ishmael." It wasn't just shortened, it was altered. Iconic sentences and turns of
Call
phrase
me
were reduced to
Ishmael.
their simplest parts. The soul of the text was gone. Why? To reduce cognitive load. Let me tell you about the cognitive load I experienced when I found out the truth years later and flew into such a rage that I spontaneously became one of the world's leading crusaders against abridging books. Seriously, abridging books should be illegal. What's the point of learning how to do something if you don't actually learn how to do it yourself? What's the point of reading a book if you're not reading the
Abridging
words
is
the author
supposed to be,
actually
in
wrote?
my opinion
What's
at
the
least.
point
I don't
of
know what the
reading an
definition is, but
article
when it
if you're
comes to like
not
anime
learning
and shit like
everything
that,
the
it's just a
actual
fake
human
version.
writer is trying to convey?
Usually
What's the
comedic
point
and
of writing a
parody.
letter to your wife if you're not the one who comes up with each word? What's the point of being alive if you're going to just let a machine do all your living for you? This is the feature
Think
I
of the movie
saw
Click with
again
Adam
and
Sandler, right?
again in studies which
Skipping
presented
all
what
those moments
researchers
in life,
refer
and
to
those are the
as
moments that make life.
positive effects of using LLMs on cognition, lower cognitive demands, and a less stressful learning experience. This was often self-reported by users. In one case, secondary school students were assessed for reading comprehension. One group used note-taking and the other used LLMs. The ones who used LLMs reported that the exercise was more fun and more interesting, but their reading comprehension was significantly inferior to the group that just took notes. This is the fun factor, the new toy paradox. You are presented with a glittering new piece of technology, and it is, without question, fun to play with it. You don't know what's going to happen when you press the button, and as anyone who's ever used a slot machine already knows, that's at least half the fun. In that sense, AI and LLM usage is like gambling. You plug in your prompt or ask it a question, pull
I
the
agree.
lever, and see what spins
At least
up. Maybe
now,
it'll hit a jackpot,
right?
maybe
We
not.
are talking about
But it
AI
can always just
now,
spin again,
like the next
and
5
again,
years of AI, and
and
LLM
again,
specifically,
and again. And
as an
like
evolution of
gambling,
AI.
it's habit forming, just like refreshing your feed or scrolling to the next TikTok video, and the next, and the next, and the next. My guess is that the effect doom scrolling has on cognition will be mirrored in some way in extended AI usage. For anyone who hasn't already seen the data coming in about that, doom scrolling has been found to produce a decline in executive function, a decline in memory, a reduction in attention span and focus, not to mention all the psychological and emotional impacts. And a huge factor there is that reduced cognitive load. The brain is hypnotized into total passivity. Can you even imagine the compounded cognitive debt you're incurring? Pursuing a reduction in cognitive load is one thing when you get home from work or school and you're trying to relax. So maybe you, I don't know, cook and listen to music, or maybe you knit, or play video games, or watch a movie. But if what you're doing is actually supposed to be work, like problem solving something at the office, or planning the plot of a novel,
It's
or
not
just,
supposed to be
I don't
fun.
know,
It's work.
forming an opinion about the book you just read. You should not be actively trying to reduce your cognitive load. That's like going to the gym to exercise and choosing to use artificial assistance to help you lift the weights because otherwise the physical load on your arms is a little hard to handle. It's supposed to be uncomfortable. It's supposed to be hard. You're going to hear me say that a lot in this video. Using AI might seem easy and helpful right now, but on a pretty short timeline, it will atrophy your brain. There's no getting around it. The brain is a muscle, and if you let a machine do its work, it will atrophy. What happens when the brain atrophies? You get stupid. And as you get more and more stupid, you need the machine more and more. And then you get even stupider. And then
It's
you
a
need the machine
cascading
more,
domino
and
effect.
so on forever. Yes, I'm saying that if you use AI for any kind of writing or reading or decision making, or for any part of the creative or reasoning process, it will make.
I think there should be a stipulation there of solely, right? But there is effective ways to use it. That was fucking delicious. Now can I pull these out without fucking them up? Alright. Okay. Easy.
You stupid. We're already seeing data that scrolling TikTok reduces your IQ. But my guess is that in the next couple of years, we'll also learn that AI usage hammers your IQ.
See, I'm not so much as it reduces your IQ as this is how a normal person's IQ would go as they live their life because they're learning more information, right? And this is like a range of like 15 to 20 IQ, right? Like you can be plus or minus like 15 IQ based upon your brain structure, right? And it's a compounding effect. The more connections you have at a younger age, the faster you build connections, so the more connections you have at an older age. So the atrophy will be a part of it, but the main part will be that instead of going like this, you're now going like this. So it's not so much that you actually get dumber, it's that you are not improving your intelligence, so you never keep up with people your own age. So you'll be like 18 and have the mind of an 8-year-old.
Cute. There's more of this on
But then there are people that literally, because like my sister works in, well, both my sister and my brother-in-law, he used to work in there. Yeah, they trained him, but then he went into mechanics and stuff like that. But they work in the social service industry, basically working with people that are mentally delayed. So they're like 40 or 45, but they have like the mentality of like a 6 or an 8-year-old, right? So it's like it does happen, right?
Website, but here are several studies that have been published recently about the cognitive effects of using AI.
And that will eventually be what you are if you use AI your whole life. So I worry about like, next couple of generations.
With the amount of external support. That is, the more external support the mind was given from artificial sources, but especially LLMs, the less of the brain was being used.
Yeah, because it was making everything as easy as possible for your brain.
Using LLM
and
support
you're not making any new connections, you're just using your old connections.
The authors predict that widespread implementation and usage of LLMs will result in a widespread decline in learning skills.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, I don't know about other countries, but
we're already bad.
I'm not sure learning skills.
We're pretty fucked.
But soon,
I'm Canadian and we're
still
still
know
fucked.
what time to get up in the morning.
Just as bad as
without
America.
AI. They won't know what they should eat for dinner without AI.
Yep.
If you currently count yourselves among the literate, you won't be for long. Soon, your ability to string a thought together will be hindered. You'll find yourself reaching for your phone to ask your AI to help you explain something like which cinnamon roll recipe is superior, or how to ask your boss for a day off, or how to explain your personal political opinions. Even for those who won't be asking AI to explain politics to them, they'll still gradually come to rely on AI to help explain their own opinions to themselves. How much of that?
And then you're using a filter to like self-fucking analyze.
Your thoughts and the machine.
Yeah.
This interview with a French professor specialized
and then that
in
all
information
comes down to
technology
hive
is
mind.
incredibly
Is this a
illuminating. One of the things
psyop
he
to make
points out
all
is
humans
that
into
our
a hive
current
mind?
So-called information age with widespread ubiquitous
Ooh,
AI
that's a tough
allowing
one.
us access
That's a tough
to
one.
unlimited information is not actual information, but rather a generalized illusion of knowledge. He goes on to say,
Well,
I
and
don't think
like that's the difference between information and knowledge. Information is simply data, right? Knowledge is taking that data and applying it to something, right? Like you can have all the information in the world, but absolutely no knowledge about how to apply that information, which is pretty much what the world is, because we have all the information at our fingertips due to the internet, but we don't know how to sift through and find what we're looking for in and among all that information, and how to apply that information to different subsets, which is why people don't understand nuance anymore.
I think it's an exaggeration to say that LLMs and AI are driving intellectual, emotional, and moral mediocrity on a global scale.
Yep. Good enough is good enough. Bad is good enough.
Without any real critical analysis.
Really bad is
they
fine.
Create an ever-deepening dependence on stimulation and entertainment, and moral because we have fallen into passive acceptance.
And this is like a big thing in my book too, because like this is reflected as my view of society in general, even my ultimate utopia, my perfect view of what the world would be if I could just snap my fingers and make my utopia. And even in that utopia, everything is falling apart from the inside because of the foundational structure of the utopia, which is essentially the lack of history. And not lack of history for lack of information, it's a lack of history for lack of belief. In the way that you've been presented all of the information of the past, but you don't have enough knowledge about the world to be able to take that information and use it properly. So essentially, you've turned factual history into exaggerated mythology. That when you find out that, no, this is actually how the world works, it's mind-blowing because your perspective of the world has been a certain way based upon your lack of knowledge, but your abundance of information. And the more information you have and the less knowledge you have, the stupider you are, because you will think that you are smart, but you're not.
Decisions. This is related to the Google effect, which was
Worst
written
people are the
about
people
over
that
a
think
decade
that they're
ago. If
smart.
you recall from earlier,
I
studies
know
have
I'm
been
fucking
finding that if
retarded.
people knew that information was
Don't
available
listen to me, I'm an
online, they were
idiot.
less likely to remember it. AI takes the Google effect and dials it up to 11. If you don't even have to use a single brain cell to call up a cogent sentence that describes the information.
And I've noticed this when I go to type into Google, and I have like this hesitation moment of being like, why am I not using Grok? Wouldn't this be easier if I used Grok? And then I go, well, that's probably exactly why I shouldn't use Grok. And it's like having that knowledge and that information in your head to be like, call yourself out on it and be like, hey, you're doing the thing. You're like, ah, shit, you're right, I am doing the thing. Okay, let's get back on track, right? I think that's probably the most important thing, is to know that we're going to fall off the path, but you got to come back onto it. But just like not knowing that you're not on the path while stumbling through the dark in a forest, that's where 90% of people are going to be when it comes to the use of AI.
Not
Unless
only
we
will you not
educate people
remember it,
in
that
this
knowledge will
factor,
simply never
but they don't
touch your
want to
brain.
educate
It
you
will
in the
just
same way with
pass
finances and
through
medicine
without
and
even
law.
leaving a mark.
They want you to be
Further,
dumb.
Multiple studies have begun to come in suggesting that reliance on AI increases the risk of cognitive decline. Not to speak of the fact that it is absolutely addictive. And in the case of information, addiction to the thing that makes generating and analyzing information fast and easy will ultimately create a reliance. Given enough time, you won't be able to think or form coherent thoughts without help from AI. Now, think about all the people who are graduating from high school and college with 12 to
Yeah, and they've
15
all
years of
done
literacy
fucking
coursing through their veins.
like the guy who graduated and has graduation speech. He was like, "Yeah, I used AI for everything. Woo! I'm going to college and I'm going to use AI for everything. When I show up as your doctor, it's gonna suck for you." Have you ever been to Fudge Packer Island in the Bahamas? I've heard that it's a great retreat for couples and guys from resources that have been there. Did Bodrick fucking crash again? Fucking goddamn it, this shit is so annoying. Welcome, Mike. How's it going? We're discussing AI and the usage and the decline of cognitive thought.
Them, the AI is just a basic tool, like a calculator or a GPS.
But think about a calculator. I can't do long division. Why can't I do long division? Because calculators exist. I never learned because I don't care. I can just do it on a calculator. I don't need to know the mechanisms of how to do long division. I don't need to know how to separate the numbers and which number goes into what and where the remainder goes. I can just use a fucking calculator. I understand the concept of how to do long division, but if I did it, I would put the numbers and the zeros in the wrong spots, right? Because let's say it was like 7,852 divided by 367, right? It's like, you know, rounding all of the numbers down, taking them all, seeing which ones go into other ones, getting the lowest common denominator, and like, I understand how you would do the process, but I would never be able to do it correctly.
That it has been placed in their hands specifically to mask the fact that they no longer have the ability to interact with real life.
Yeah.
And the more they use it, the greater the dependency becomes.
And this is the same thing in like social interactions, right? If you're a person like me who is an introvert who hates social interactions, you're going to avoid every social interaction. Every social interaction you avoid is a social interaction you don't gain a skill point from. So now you're sitting at like level 1,000 with 12 skill points in social. And you wonder why you're so socially retarded. Well, it's because you don't interact socially, so you never build any of these things. Or like you only socialize with like your family or close friends, so you never have to interact with someone who's like has an opposing opinion to you. Like, you know, could just possibly just not like you, be super callous about something, have an entire different like approach to how they talk, which causes you like anxiety or something like that, right? It's like all of these things are things you need to learn how to deal with yourself in these situations slowly over time as you experience them. And that's why I take myself and I put myself in these situations to be like, okay, I like 80% of the time I'm not going to do it, but 20% of the time I am, because I know I have to learn. I'm still not going to do it 80% of the time, but it's going to stop me from doing it 100% of the time. Because then I'm just going to be fucked, right?
A point at which they would literally cease to function as a human being without the artificial assistance. According to this interesting report,
which is how I am with math. I can't do math without a calculator. You can't think without AI.
AI was generating ideas. Therapy and companionship was number 2, but then below that, you had all this other stuff. Web search, text editing, exploring topics, etc. Putting aside whether or not AI should be used for these things, the point is that in 2024, people were still using it mainly to augment their own thinking, writing, and creativity.
Because it wasn't strong enough to do anything else.
Let me show you why. Now, in 2025, generating ideas has dropped to 6th. And now number 1 is therapy and companionship. Considering what we've
That's not a good thing. You ever watch Her?
Insane and marrying
with Joaquin
and
Phoenix?
Being driven to mental illness by their therapy bots.
Not good.
That's not exactly heartening information. Also, just really quickly, can we all pause and take in the fact that for millions and millions of people, the number 1 use for this corporate machine is therapy and
yeah, that's so retarded. Like, what?
Way to start the new year.
Yeah, abso-fucking-lutely.
Meanwhile, things like editing text, exploring topics, web searches, and creativity, and even personalized learning aren't even in the new 2025 top 10. What that tells me is that it only took 1 year for AI to start melting brains on a civilizational scale. Look at 2025's top 3. Therapy and companionship, organizing my life, and finding purpose. That suggests to me a dangerous level of personal, emotional, and cognitive reliance on a machine.
You can't think for yourself and you can't figure anything out for yourself. You need to be told what to do. And for me, it's like I'm the kind of person that I would rather be told what to do than figure out what to do. Just tell me what to do because it's easier. But then you look at it and you go, well, it's easier. I'm not going to learn anything from it, so maybe I should do it myself. And then you do it yourself. But I think it's the people that don't even have that thought. It couldn't even cross their mind to second guess themselves with it because it's so ingrained in it.
You tell me. Many people have self-reported that they have become too reliant on AI in their daily lives. We already know from social media that little will be done by the average user to curb that reliance, just as little is done in current year to curb doom scrolling or general social media addiction. How will these numbers look next year? How will society look? Are the machines going to win? As I said, they already have. They had won before AI even entered the arena. We were a civilization primed by critical literacy, 5-second attention spans, and social media addiction for the ultimate tool
for the last 20 years.
And LLMs
20 years. LLMs have only been around for like 10.
But this is a society of human beings who
at least
can't
publicly
even stop doom scrolling without locking their phone in a timed lockbox. How much responsibility can we really expect from the average person? Our age is the
and that's kind of like it's kind of like cart theory. So if you have to lock your phone inside of a Faraday box in order to not use it, that's basically the same thing as The only reason you would return your cart is if there was a law and you would be punished by it. Because you don't have the self-control to just have your phone being there and just not using your phone. It's like that is a self-control issue, right? And if you're taking the self-control out by, let's say, putting your phone inside of a lockbox where you can't access it, you're creating a crutch for yourself and basically like a prison for yourself to and not holding yourself accountable to self-control. You're saying, I don't have self-control, so I'm going to create a third-party system that forces me to have fake self-control instead of developing self-control yourself. And sure, it might be a slow process where it's like, okay, just do it 1 minute at a time. Don't be like, oh, I'm going to... Because people, it's the idea of like going cold turkey. It's like, oh, today I'm not going to look at my phone. And then 5 minutes later, they're looking at their phone and they feel like they failed. It's like, no. Be like, how often do I look at my phone? Okay. If I look at my phone, let's say 4 times an hour, for the next hour, I'm going to try and see if I can bring that number down to 3. So instead of looking at my phone every 15 minutes, I'm going to look at my phone every 20 minutes. And then I'm going to look at my phone every half an hour. And then I'm going to look at my phone every 45 minutes. Then I'm going to look at my phone every hour. I'm going to only look at my phone every hour and a half. And then eventually it gets to a point where it's like, you're not even thinking about looking at your phone anymore. And that's all a process of self-control that you've built over a period of time, starting with a small increment. And I think small increments have been lost in this, where people are like, they just want it to be a one and done. Oh, I ignore my phone for 5 hours one day, and then I'll never look at my phone again. It's like, that's not how it works.
Recorded human history. People these days shouldn't be given a puppy, never mind an addictive, brain-altering piece of multi-billion-dollar technology.
Yep.
Let's take a moment here to talk about the other issue, using AI to write, or more broadly, using AI for the creative process.
Yeah, any kind of creative process.
Using AI to write prose for a novel or even a poem is something a lot of reasonable people will rightly condemn out of hand. But so many of these same reasonable people will then also use AI to help them brainstorm or outline or
yeah, and that's the thing. It's like, I have a principled outlook. As long as you are inputting your cognitive function into the AI, that's all I care about, right? The difference between Grok make me a story and Grok make me a story about here's 3 paragraphs summarizing it. That's, to me, the only difference. So if you're using AI to brainstorm, outline, but you condemn using it for prose, I think you're dumb. Because you don't have a principled stance on it. You're just using it. You're basically manipulating the situation to be able to say, well, I do this and I want to justify my ability to do this. Whereas you could say, I am against using AI for doing these things, but I do it myself because I'm a piece of shit. It's like, as long as you admit, yeah, I'm a piece of shit, I do it, but I know I shouldn't, but I fall into the trap, so that makes me want to warn other people not to fall into the trap. I think is a completely reasonable thing to do. But just saying, no, writing prose and brainstorming are not the same thing. You're just fucking retarded.
Something that needs to be made.
And you're trying to justify it. And you don't actually believe that.
Maybe 10% of the writing process.
And give it 2 years and you'll be writing prose with AI if you continue to use it in the brainstorming process. It's an escalation factor, because that's what I said. I said, I'm only going to use it for brainstorming. Now I brainstorm myself and I have it write me the story, because brainstorming is easier than writing the story itself. Then I say, hey, maybe I shouldn't do this. We have to write our own stories.
All the rest of it, the brainstorming, the plot planning, the endless tedium of outline, revision, planning, re-revision, all of that is by far the most important part of the writing process. And you're farming it out to a machine.
Yeah.
Guess what? Writing is hard. It's supposed to be. You're supposed to struggle. You're supposed to doubt yourself. You're supposed to wonder if it's good enough and never be entirely sure. You're supposed
I
to
always think
use
it's
your
good, so
soul
what
to
the
do it.
fuck? How is
You're a
that
human
good? Because
being
I
with a
know that
heart
it's
and
bad, but
mind
I
and
think that it's
soul.
good.
Nothing with heart and mind and soul will ever be produced by a machine. I don't care how much you babysit it. Sit down at your
I don't
desk and
believe that, again, because the ultimate end goal of artificial intelligence is to replicate human intelligence. So if you say that replicating human intelligence could never create human soul, then by proxy you're saying that humans don't have soul, because even a perfect imitation of the human process and consciousness could produce soul. And we do know mathematically, provably, that AI can have human soul and write better than humans. But that doesn't diminish the human writing, and it also doesn't make the AI writing good just because it has soul. So the emphasis on like soul, I think, is a bad place to put the emphasis. And the emphasis should be on authenticity. So I think we should change the word soul to authenticity, right? Soul to me means it speaks to you. It's got depth, right? AI can create stuff with soul that speaks to you, that's understanding, that's universal, that grabs onto you, that's emotional. But is it truly authentic? That's the question. And people will say this about the difference between, let's say, anime and real life, like film. I don't like anime because you can draw anything. So, by proxy, it makes it so there's not as much value in it because the scope is larger. Whereas what you can do with film, you're limited, so you have to put, let's say, more imagination into what you're capable of working with. And I think working within constraints is a huge part of the creative process, right? Like, and that's why when I started with horror and the biotech, I thought of it as a constraint. But I needed to think of it more as a how do you say this? Like, what's a good word for this? Like, not being inside of a, I guess it's the purposefulness of it, right? Like, you're purposefully putting yourself in a box to limit what you can do to expand other things. I'm going to write a sci-fi that doesn't take place in space and doesn't have extremely advanced technology, right? And you could come up with something like the off-world scenes in Cloud Atlas, where it's like you would think it's a primitive world, but it's actually way, way, way in the future, and it's not even Earth. And working within those constraints can build your creativity. And my shift of perspective, saying that, hey, it's a good thing that I am now inside of this box because it forces me to do certain things. Instead of saying, oh, fuck, I'm inside of a box, I don't want to be inside of a box with my writing. I'd say AI can have soul and imitate human intelligence, but it lacks biological experience and, at least so far, emotional experiences. Therefore, its creativity is restricted to either digiscape or rehashing of text others have written. Exactly, Sean. But true artificial intelligence will have just as much creative authenticity as humans, to the point of literally pulling ideas out of basically thin air. Like a 4-year-old that comes up with this insane world building idea, and it's like, where did you ever possibly come up with that? And it's like, I don't know, it just popped into my head. And it's like, are you drawing on things that's where I'm like, the only logical explanation to that is that they're drawing on things that are outside, and it's like information that's being basically driven into their brain. They're not creating this, they're finding it and drawing on it, and then they're adding their own little pieces of it as they discover it. So I think soul is the wrong word. I think authenticity is the word. And it's the difference between how some people look at anime versus real life film. And if you can do anything with it, it reduces the value of it because you're not working within a constraint, right?
Bleed. That's how you write. Do you think Kafka would have been a better writer if he'd had ChatGPT there stroking his ego and telling him how brave and authentic he was?
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't know the man, but I'm guessing that would have felt a little like glancing in the mirror and seeing a giant cockroach staring back at you.
Yeah.
In terms of practicality alone, you're supposed to be the one going through it and looking for plot holes. You're supposed to be the one trying to see if this plot twist works or if this pacing is good or maybe a little off. It's your job as the
Perhaps, but it will make little to no sense to our frame of existence. They will create fictions from the perspective of other AI instead of biological life forms. And then that's where you get to the point where it's literally spitting out gibberish because it's on such a high cognitive level that it's like having a Where's Waldo image to the point where it's like, unless you like zoom in on it, you literally have no idea what the fuck you're looking at. It just looks like a blob of mess. And then as you get closer, you're like, oh, it's a water slide, or oh, it's a ski hill, or like, oh, it's a mall, or like, oh, it's an auditorium, you know? Oh, it's a school, right? But it's like from like super far away, it's a fucking blob. But once you get those details and those nuances, then it becomes true, right? But AI is like, can't do that zoom in, right? Or it does like one or the other, right? It has the whole picture or it has the zoom in. So you're either focusing on a tree or you're focusing on the forest.
writer. But practically speaking, if you farm that out to anyone else, you'll never figure out how to do it, which means you'll never grow as a writer. If you farm it out to a machine, you're only going to get the illusion of competence in these areas. Either the machine will be wrong, flat out, or it's going to tell you what you want to hear and stroke your fragile little ego, and then you'll never grow as a writer.
And then anytime anyone criticizes you, you're just going to freak out.
Everything about you as a writer will be machine built. It might not be a giant cockroach, but maybe when you look in the mirror, what you'll see is just a giant data server, which is at least as bad. You have to really look at AI and let yourself see the existential horror of it. Sure, it's great for some automated processes, I don't really know, but literature?
Yeah, well, that was a surprise. The fifth word in his sentence was cake instead of pie, as I expected. What a crazy millisecond.
Any kind of art, but
True,
especially
Sean.
literature, is so immensely deeply human that removing humanity from it in any way is the same as setting it on fire. If you choose to read the AI explainer for a book, such as the ones Amazon is now adding to their Kindle books, then you might as well just take your Kindle and throw it into a fire, because you're not actually reading the book. Every book ever written with any kind of AI assistance greater than spell check is not a book. It's a slop machine production.
See, I don't agree with that.
Even if
but
all the writer did was
we're allowed
use
to
AI
disagree,
help
right?
brainstorm and plan the plot. That writer took out a piece of their humanity and then replaced it with a mass-produced generative model programmed by evil.
And then there's the difference between knowing what you're doing and not knowing what you're doing, right? There's people that accept, yeah, I'm never going to be a good writer, so I'm just going to use AI and I want to make money now. Totally fine. Absolutely. Just don't say that you're not doing that. Right? I think the transparency is probably the biggest thing when it comes to that, right? Because people are trying to say, no, this is my authentic work. Well, no, it's not. I brainstormed it, you know, I edited it, I wrote it, and then had it edited. I'm like, any final product that I use with AI is not my final product. The same way I would say, if I gave my manuscript to, like, an editing company, and the editing company did everything for editing the book, and then I just left it in that final form, it wouldn't be my book anymore, most likely. Right? And that's the difference. So I think, and like she said earlier, like outsourcing to an editor versus outsourcing to AI, you still don't gain anything from it. So it's the process of doing it itself, so you have to know which of the processes, like for instance me, I know I'm bad at editing, and am I going to spend 3 months editing something? No. I'm gonna learn what I can from it, get that little bit of XP, and then I'm going to move on to the next thing. And I'm going to keep doing that. And as long as I'm consistent on getting that, like, daily XP from what I'm doing, I think that's I'm accepting of that being the level of my increase. And I know, hey, I could improve my skill and I could level up faster if I did this better, but I would be sacrificing other things, right? It's like, yeah, I could be level 75, but I would be broke. So I'd rather be like level 45 and have a really good set amount of money, so when I get to 75, I'll be able to afford the gear that will make my character actually be a level 75 character, right? It's like speeding through Path of Exile, not picking up any currency, getting to level 80 and being like, all right, let's get into endgame, and then realizing you can't buy any armor that you need. It's like, well, I didn't pick up any currency along the way, so I don't have anything to use to cash in now. And that's kind of the skill that you're gaining throughout it. Whereas I'm like, I don't like to do Abyss, so I never do Abyss League. And then just whatever comes with Abyss League, even if currently it's the best meta in the game, which would be editing when it comes to writing, right? It's not something I like to do or willing to do, so I outsource it to something else or someone else. And then I say, I'm accepting of the fact that I'm doing this, and I know that I'm doing this, and I'm never going to improve my skill by doing this. Instead of saying, no, I can improve my editing skills by outsourcing my editing to the AI. No, you're never going to improve your skills, but you can still outsource it. So that's like just a difference of opinion on the nuance of how and what you classify something, right? And this idea of slop. Because everyone's like, oh, AI is slop. Well, I'm like, so is 90% of what humans write. So that means 10% of what AI writes isn't slop.
Corporations to pretend to be human by mass consuming social media posts and listicles. And then they used what the machine gave them and nurtured it into this horrible, malformed piece of pretend literature. It's the
uncanny valley of the mind.
Scale. Anytime
that's actually a very interesting idea. So imagine like uncanny valley in like a visual sense. Now translate that to a cognitive sense of uncanny valley. Imagine if you got that uncanny valley feeling when you were actually using AI cognitively. That should be something that should be trained into people, especially going forward with what AI is going to be in 10 years, right?
Or write a novel.
The destruction of the human mind. 3, 2, 1, toke.
And then you're shoveling the ashes of it into a giant machine that will mix those ashes with all these other ashes and then spit out something formed from ash paste that kind of looks like a pretty well-formed book, but the second you apply any kind of scrutiny to it, it crumbles in your hands. Why would anyone do that? Because it's easier? So what? It's supposed to be hard. And because it's hard, it produces magical, eternal works of...
And the reason why people do it is, think about this. How much AI slop would disappear if there was no monetary incentive to create the slop? I'd say like 95% of the AI slop would disappear because the only reason people are creating it is because they want to make money off of it. They want a quick dollar. So they're making all of this shit and hoping that something lands. And eventually something does. Throw enough shit against the wall, something's gonna stick.
Your art that can never be replicated or erased.
But would they be making all that slop if there was no monetary incentive for it? I don't think so. I think 90% of the reason why people are making it is because there's a monetary incentive. And the same thing goes for me, right? Like, there's a monetary incentive for me to output more YouTube videos. The chances of that YouTube video popping off and like blowing up the channel, right? It's not that I'm putting less effort into it. I am just outsourcing my priorities. I'm saying I don't have enough time to focus on writing a good enough story every day, but I can write a good enough story every week. So in order to make it so I have 4 to 5 to 6 uploads a week, I outsource other people's stories in order to fill those gaps. So that is why we have submissions. So I have my own stuff, but then I have this other stuff on top of it. And then on top of that, there's also like the experimental AI stuff that I like having fun with. And at the end of the day, the experiments I do with AI, I enjoy having fun with it. And I know it's an experiment, and I know it's not actually my writing at the end of the day, right? I mean, you still call it yours, right? But it's not the same thing. And that comes down to like a nuance of cognitive understanding versus like language presentation, right? And this brings me back to like the whole thing with like what mean connection line we're talking about with like cutting off your tits, right? It doesn't matter if the word is cutting off your tits, removing the fat, shrinking them down. At the end of the day, top surgery is removing your tits. It's cutting off your tits. Your tits are gone at the end of the day. That's the intended outcome of top surgery, is to make tits disappear. It doesn't matter what language you use to infer that outcome is still tit is gone. So arguing over, oh, it's sucking out the tit, it's cutting off the tit, it's removing the tit, at the end of the day, tit be gone don't matter what the nuance of the wording is. It's not a tit anymore.
If all a writer wants to do is mass produce a bunch of slop to sell for 99 cents a pop on Amazon so they can make a bunch of money, sure, I guess use
Okay, I'm
AI.
glad she did say it.
But just know.
Yeah, just
that
know
the more you do that, the less of you will be a human being. Keep carving out essential basic parts of your human mind and replacing it with AI, and pretty soon.
And this goes to the same thing with like consumption of entertainment. So I think this doesn't just apply to AI, and I don't think we should just apply this to AI. We should apply this across the board to all forms of entertainment, and saying we are in and again, this is a critique in my book with like plays, dances, books, poems, and everything like that, that entertainment is the only purpose that people have in society. The only purpose in society is to consume entertainment. Most people don't even consider the fact of creating entertainment. The only thing that's really the creative entertainment aspect, and this in and of itself is a double-edged sword, is the replacement tradition in plays, where people in the crowd can point at an actor and replace that actor in the play to improvise the play in the moment as well as to show off their skill. And then they can be cheered on to remain in the play, or they can be booed off stage. And this is like, because there's no like school or education or anything like that, this is the way that people expose their talent for like acting and stuff like that. Because there's no like acting schools or anything like that. It's just, hey, you get enough people to like you acting, then they're going to put you in the plays. And it's an entire social construct around like basically a credit score of presentation and how people perceive you. So you could have someone, let's say, who's like an amazing actor, and he loses to some guy who's just like a Down syndrome retard, but he's funny. Everyone laughs at him. And no one cares that he goes off script and he doesn't do the actual actions, because their purpose in having him there is to laugh at him and to have the roles literally be ruined by him because it's entertaining. And then that shifts the entire perspective of entertainment, and it's this back and forth cultural change between the audience and the entertainment. And it's a very dangerous thing because it stagnates society to a point where no one wants to progress anything because you're stuck in this eternal loop. And I think that's where society is heading with entertainment. And AI is going to escalate this exponentially.
Another generative machine that people can walk up to and press a bunch of buttons and you spit out some random brainless programmed nonsense, just like all the other human machines. Is that really what we want as a society, just so it can be easier to write a poem or a homework paper? Do you really hate your own humanity so much that you're willing to cut it out and give it to a multi-billionaire while you're left with such a void in your own ability and personality that you have no choice but to use that multi-billionaire's AI to fill it? that cannot be what we want. for our
Self-fulfilling
future.
prophecy.
We, as a civilization, with this increasing obsession with and reliance on AI, are every day moving steadily towards a very unsettling future. A future in which people are no longer able to tell the difference between reality and unreality. And I don't mean that people will look at a photo and not be able to tell if it's a real photo or if it's AI generated because AI is just oh so good. I mean that to future generations, the entire concept of real and unreal will not be comprehensible. If we keep going like we are, the solid, definable concept of objective reality will break down. And if reality cannot be defined or even identified, what will that do to the rest of human consciousness, never mind the average person's ability to write a novel? I highly encourage all of you to read Baudrillard's work on simulation and simulacra. It is natural in humanity to imitate reality.
I love the idea of simulacrums, which are like the difference between a simulation and a simulacrum is like the simulation is the essence of what you're being presented with, and then the simulacrum is how you respond to that. It's the like acceptance of being inside of the matrix. Like, are you taking the blue pill or are you taking the red pill, right?
World, even fantastical
And a great example of this is like the reason why I hate clips. And I don't watch like clips or like little shorts and stuff like that, because everything I see, I look at and I go, oh, that's staged. That's clearly staged for like rage bait or something like that, right? The only ones that are good are the ones that are comedic in an aspect because it's a hyperbole of something, right? Like I don't know what channel it is, but the guy who does like the creepy ones where it's like some guy does one thing and it's like, oh no, it wasn't because of that, it's because of this. And it's like, bro, why would you do that? And it's like, oh, because of this, I do that, and then it does this, and then it goes like that, and the other guy's like sitting over there like sweating his balls off like, why would you do that? Why would you say that? Right? But it's like, if that was presented in a realistic sense, everyone would be like, no, that's scripted, that's retarded. And most like viral clips are staged, and then people think that they're real, and that's the reason why they went viral. It's like, oh my god, look at this crazy thing that happened. It's like, well, obviously it's staged. And then that means that I no longer want to look at clips of anything because it's all bullshit. So anytime I see anything, I just assume it's either AI, it's fake, or it's rage bait, and I just don't even watch it. Which means at some point I'm going to miss some really good, authentic, fucking epic clips.
World. Baudrillard observed that our world has become one in which the simulation now comes.
Oh, so what I was going to say is those clips are the simulacrum, right? They are taking something that is supposed to be real and supposed to be authentic and making it into something that's not. And I think the greatest example of this is like Native American tribes, right? So like we'd go and we'd observe the Native American tribes, and then the Native American tribes would notice that we were observing them, so they would change their rituals to basically like overemphasize things in order for like a added element of spectacle because they were being observed, and their traditions were no longer organic. They were, and this is the like observation effect on reality in action, right? To the point where their traditions were so elaborate and ridiculous, and only because they wanted to, let's say, impress the people that were watching them. And you could say this is how we go from praying to God and blood sacrifices. It's like you just slowly escalate and escalate and escalate and escalate, and then the next thing you know, you're standing on top of the fucking pyramid or ziggurat, fucking carving out a virgin's heart and eating it, saying, this is what's gonna bring on the rain, because you're like, oh, this thing that's watching me, I have to appease it. And it's like, I can clearly see how you could go to those lengths just simply from even a self-induced placebo effect of observation. And that's how powerful the observation effect is, that you can literally self-hypnotize yourself into it.
And dictates and forms reality, instead of the other way around.
Yeah.
In a natural situation, reality
because the only way to have a viral clip is to stage something that's rage bait. Because everything that's viral is a staged rage bait. just like, oh, the only way to get anything good is to use AI because AI is so good, let's say in 50 years, that if you tried to do anything, it wouldn't be like having AI. So you would need people that were in the niche of wanting things that were of the lower quality because of the human aspect of it. As opposed to people that are like, I don't care as long as it makes me laugh, as long as I'm entertained. I don't care how it was fucking made, right? Like people saying that, like, what's the difference between Jason and the Argonauts and taking 4 months to do a 3-minute scene of animating skeletons and CGI nowadays that can literally do whatever the fuck we want. And then adding AI in 50 years to literally whatever the fuck we want.
The simulation dictates the simulation, but we're several generations into a reality that is built on a foundation that was not real to begin with. That was not only false, but that didn't exist. And an AI or LLM is the definition of non-existence. It is faux intelligence, faux consciousness, faux humanity. And yet it is being used to guide intelligence, consciousness, and humanity.
And saying, this is what we want to be. We're staring into the abyss saying, that's what I want to be, while we're slowly being like, why am I turning black? What is this? Why am I disappearing? It's like, because you stared into the abyss and you said, that's what I want to be. And then you became the abyss. That's the unfortunate reality of it. Sometimes you got to look away from the abyss.
This comes from something that never existed in the first place. Then how much of us is real? Taking a very basic and digestible approach to Baudrillard's observations, a person can come to understand that art is born from reality. Yes, even if you're writing fantasy or science fiction, even if
you're taking real life concepts and bringing them into it, right?
Cars run on,
like, who's to say that in a fantasy world emotions aren't on the Vulcan side where they're 1,000 times worse, or they're on like a sociopath side where you literally don't have emotions? It would probably be an interesting book writing about an entire species that's like psychopathic in the effect that they don't feel emotions. So nothing about their society ever has any sort of emotional impact. But would that story really be interesting other than that simple idea of that perspective? And I think you could add a lot of other things, and it would be very basic if that was the only way you went with it, is removing this ethical and moral and emotional concept. Why not have that story be, in a world where no one has emotion, somebody is born with emotion, and then they have to teach the society what it is to be moral and ethical, understanding, sympathetic, empathetic, and and have humanity. I think that's a way better story, but it still encompasses the society that doesn't have empathy and doesn't have emotion and doesn't have feeling and just is literally like robots going about their day. Their goal, their satisfaction comes from completing their task. And it's like, how do you even say that's a bad thing, right? How do you say that, like, oh, they're not really human, their existence is bad because their existence is purely run off of a goal, yet they get the same, let's say, like dopamine hit and satisfaction as completing that goal, and it just makes their lives extremely easy because they don't have to worry about all these complicated factors. And the complicated factors, you realize, are the reasons why humanity is so amazing, because it's how all of those different ups and downs interact. And then you have both of those in the same story. That's an amazing story that you're going to be able to tell with that, right? But without that contrast, I don't think the story has that. It would seem more like it was just an encyclopedia as opposed to a story, right? And I think that's a difference between like just saying something that's information and then telling a story.
Pizza. Your reference point for all these things is reality. I'll even go as far as to say that it's objective reality. When we use paint or clay or a digital art program to reproduce reality, even if it's just an imagined reality, or when we use a pen and paper or a typewriter or a word processor to write descriptions of reality, again, even if it's a wholly imagined reality, we, the human beings, are using our humanity and our humanity's solid tether to real reality as a reference point for our creation. This is why artists, and especially writers, are encouraged to live. Lived experience
Lived
broadens our
experience is
reference
what you
point
should
to
draw from
reality.
in real life.
That's why humans need to experience real human life, not digital online life, if they want to produce human art. Artists and writers need as many real-world reference points as possible. The more, the better. Now, already in current year, we've got some difficulties with that. A fascinating study and analysis done in 2003 estimated that...
And that's why I
most
literally
of
had a
all
job. Like, I don't need a job for the money. I had the job for the social interaction. But because of my complacency and my pushoverness, it eventually got to a point where I was basically doing a job I should have been paid $30 an hour for while I'm working minimum wage. And it was just like, you know what? I'm not having fun anymore. I'm out. You guys pushed me too far. I can't say no. All I can do is quit.
Modern humans'
It's
knowledge
unfortunate
of the
that's where it got
so-called
to.
real world has been taken from things that are not real. That is, our conceptual framework for reality comes from fictional stories like books or Netflix or even fairy tales, people we've never met, such as politicians, actors, and reporters, or people who don't exist, such as fictional characters, and broadcasting events that we personally did not witness, such as the Second World War, or events that are entirely fabricated, such as fake news or hoaxes. But humans then take all
Atlantis!
this fake or
Or
fake
Agartha.
knowledge and use it to build their reality. Or
Everyone knows
their
Agartha and
other
Tartaria
reality.
are
And so
are
one has to
real.
ask oneself, how much of your reality
Tartaria
real?
is on the
How
other
much
side
your
of
tether to
Agartha.
reality actually exists? What happens when it snaps? Suffice to say that the average writer's real-world experience and knowledge isn't entirely real, or it's at least once or twice removed from reality at best. So now let's look at an example with which we're all familiar, especially the ladies in the audience. When we look at the pictures in the magazines,
Yo,
of the
Raymond,
pretty
what's up,
models,
brother?
we
How's it
know that we're
going?
not seeing reality.
Welcome, welcome.
We can look at that picture and say, okay, no one has skin that has zero
Yeah.
texture, for example.
Yeah.
But ask yourself how you know that. It's because you have a
You've
real life
seen
touchstone, which is your
and
own
you've
physical
experienced.
body.
And I
not
was
just
actually
that,
watching this like thing the other day about an artist explaining why he's so good of an artist, and he like for like portraits and stuff like that. And he said it's really embarrassing to say, but he studies people's wrinkles. So he'd be like, oh, so that's where the wrinkles go on a double chin. Oh, that's how that skin sags on that part of your body. Oh, that's how fingernails look when they're this way, you know? And it's like, just paying attention to those small, tiny, nuanced details, he said that's what made him such a great, like, portrait artist, is finding those places where those things should be. And it's all about those minute details. And you can take a brush stroke and you know exactly where to put it on the picture, and it looks like the person has a double chin. My sister has a triple chin, and she's like 95 pounds.
but also all the physical bodies of the other people.
Yeah, we're
who
talking
you
about
meet in
basically
real life.
AI,
But what
Raymond,
if you
and
didn't
AI
have
and
that
creativity
type
and its
reality?
decline
How
of
would you
human thought,
metabolize the false reality you were being
and people
presented?
allowing themselves to
Would
be
it
taken
enter your
over
mind
by
as
the idea
reality
of
or
losing
false
their human
reality? Or would the
creativity.
entire concept
It can
of
also be
reality
like those deaf
incomprehensible to you?
musicians.
Why
Yeah,
do
where
you
it's
think
like you just understand the concept of music so much that you don't need to hear it. You can just produce it in your head, right? Same with like even with people that have like literally been born deaf. So it's like there's people that have gone deaf over time, and then there's people that have been born deaf. How do you understand theory of music to create something so amazing without ever even hearing it? It's because it's a everything at the end of the day is a mathematical construct. That is how your brain works. Your brain works off of breaking things down to a mathematical construct and then overlaying that with something that basically hides it. Like a canvas and then the reality on top of the canvas. And the math that you're doing in your head is all the canvas. I know this is good because it says so in the manual. And it's also a feeling of it too, of being like, I read this in the manual and I know that doesn't feel good because I do the equation, I put everything together, and it just doesn't fit. There feels like there's this dissonance between these two areas. So I take this kind of transition, I add that in, and then I change the manual, right? So there is a definite, like, someone who has that innate ability to look at it and say, okay, so this is the theory, then take the theory, put it into practice, and say, that makes sense, that's intuitive. That's probably correct. And then saying, I don't understand this, maybe I'm interpreting it wrong, and then eventually being like, no, I think this is actually just wrong in its presentation, and this is actually how it should be, right? And that is the reading comprehension that she's talking about. Is how much do you understand of what you're reading, not how can you change what you're reading to understand it better. Manual's like 70 to 80% of it. Yeah. Yeah. And the rest of it's like, well, what? I don't think the person who wrote this thought about doing this, this, and this. And then you create your entirely new construct because you're building off of the people before you and you have an entirely different mindset towards it. So you're not within that box of constraints. And then people keep adding all of their stuff together and you just keep escalating and improving the quality of overall everything, right? And that's how you go from single instruments to orchestras to, I don't know, like, what it's called when it doesn't have a harmony. Yeah, exactly, like a spider sense of being like same thing with writing, of just knowing that, like, dude, this is like, for instance, when I wrote that thing that in my other story that was like the contra, like her gothic pale makeup with her pale skin contrasted his, so they were called the ghost and the shadow. And that's like the revelation of the character being black. And I don't know why, but just to me, that hit super fucking hard. Especially in the fact of the story is about the woman and her family ritualistically murdering and eating the dude. So he becomes a shadow of himself, and she's creating a ghost, and she is a ghost of a person. So it's like this like triple quadruple entendre about this, that's like its skin level, its personality level, its cultural level, its familial level, its life universal level, all in this little saying of the ghost and the shadow. I don't even know what the fuck I'm doing. This feels like jazz. The blues! Hell yeah.
It has become increasingly easy to manipulate young people into thinking wildly unrealistic physical appearances, like 14-year-olds more muscular than Arnold Schwarzenegger,
Yeah.
and whatever the hell is going on with actresses these days,
Yeah.
is reality. It's because being raised
Simulacrum.
on social media, literally from birth, they are more detached from real reality than any
JoJo's,
generation that has come before. What happens when this generation and the next one become tethered to a false reality made up almost entirely of AI actresses and models, and AI-made video games and movies, AI
50 years from now,
AI singers,
that's pretty
AI
much going to be 90% of
AI
it, right?
religions, AI mom and
Dude,
dad,
that's an interesting idea. Dude, AI religions, I've never even thought of that. And it's not just people that worship AI, but it's like, think of like Dune, right? Like the anti-machinists that literally destroy anything that's mechanical in any way, shape, or form, because they know what they've seen thinking machines can do. Then you have people that like worship thinking machines. Then you have like AI creating its own religions. It's like the rabbit hole to go down with that is insane. And it's going to be a crazy 50 fucking years. Didn't she get a lot of critiques about her opinion on I have no idea. But I will say, Raymond, booktube. I was like, what the fuck could you possibly... What does book mean? And then as soon as you said that, I was like, oh my god, I can't believe I didn't get that. I'm retarded. How did I not get that? Holy shit, Twitch. True. But yeah, so like I don't agree that she is like, even if you use it in the brainstorming process, like writing with AI isn't actually writing a book. I'm like, I think it is. It's just it's it's a lack of authenticity, right? That's all it is. And it's whether you care about that authenticity or not. Because at the end of the day, the customer is always right in matters of taste. If they like the content, they don't care if it's made by AI or it has AI actors or actresses or the entire thing is AI. They don't care. Look at like a great example of this. Book 2 is even a word in Spanish. What the hell? Fuck. I lost my train of thought. 1 second. 3, 2, 1. Toke. I'm like so high right now. Fuck yeah, Raymond. That's what it's all about. What was I gonna say? Fuck. I was gonna say. Writing books, authenticity, people getting authenticity. Fuck.
Actors and actresses are welcomed and become the standard in movies and TV, this will be why. Because people have already lost that much of our tether to reality that the shift from social media internet humanity to completely false artificial humanity will not be that big of a leap to the minds of the average artificially formed person. Maybe the reason the movie companies think AI actors can replace real actors is because real actors haven't been real for a long time. And at least an AI actor won't go on Twitter and run his mouth nuking your billion-dollar movie before it even hits theaters. What if everyone you interacted with online was AI? That's probably closer to reality than we'd like to think. What if every book you read was AI generated, and you used those books to help you understand reality, understand real people and real problems and real beauty and real life? That's a little chilling. We'll return to it in a minute. But first,
I'm AI too, Raymond.
Books, they are encouraged to touch reality and then report on what they find.
But I'm like, I'm not necessarily self-hating AI, but I understand that not AI. It's like with humans, right? You're not self-hating if you say that there are parts of humanity that are bad and humans do bad things, right? You can still have hope and believe in humanity despite having those bad things happen and having bad people. I think the same thing's for AI. There's going to be bad AI, there's going to be good AI, there's going to be bad uses for AI, there's going to be good uses for AI. Just like everything else. Yeah, we do lots of bad shit, exactly. So why is AI different?
It pretends to be human and then presents humanity as if it possessed it, as if it knows. The danger isn't that it will get it right. The danger
is that the idea at the beginning is that we are trying to mimic human intelligence. That is the entire perspective of what we're looking at. Because we're not even close to being able to do that. We shouldn't even call it artificial intelligence. We should just call it automated instructions. It's automated instructions in a coding system built off of probabilities. And if you want to look at any evidence of quantum mechanics, look at computers and set probabilities, and those probabilities creating outcomes of existence in a digital space. Right? Like, I can make a massive comparison between wave function collapse and, whatever the fucking transistor, switch positioning. Right? We even made AI. We make the shit, then call evil. Yeah, we make it, then we call it evil. Well, if as Satan said, don't blame me for evil, blame the one who created me, because the one who created me created evil, which would be God. So blame God for evil, not me, because God created evil. I'm just a byproduct of the evil that God created.
Be fooled into thinking that an incidentally accurate pretense is in any way comparable to actual reality. The machine has no tether to reality. It desires no tether to reality because it is software, and it is merely performing its programmed function, which is explicitly to simulate reality without having experienced it just enough for the user to be satisfied. Its prose
just enough
excellent, and
to
its
fake
use of
it.
similes and metaphors
Fake it till you
down to
make it.
poetic
I need
in
to
its ability to structure
translate
a
that
narrative
essay
and
about
find
quantum
plot
and
holes
consciousness.
might sometimes
Hell
border
yeah,
on
Raymond.
magical, but it cannot present reality because it doesn't have the capacity to experience it. You create great characters, for example, not by finding the perfect formula, but by meeting and talking to a lot of real human beings.
And then saying
You
what
touch
makes
reality,
this human
reality
a
touches
human,
you,
and then
you
taking that.
reproduce
Like
it
a
in
lot of
some
my
way in
characters
your
are
art.
based off of
Now,
people I know, and then they take like the characters are like aspects of myself, right? Like Husai is a combination between my temper and my logic. Varius and Varius specifically is a combination between my creative side and my expression and my ability to express myself. Gluttony is an expression of my gluttonous side, my overconsumption, my greed, my over the topness mixed with my wanting to protect people. That's why he's a paladin. It's like his holy job to protect people. My laptop fucking fried. Gonna need get better at phone writing. Oh no, that's not good, Raymond. That sucks. I remember one day I woke up and my laptop didn't work and all of my writing was on my laptop and I didn't know what to do. That's when I was like, shit, I need to start like getting backups of stuff. That taught me real fast to get the backups of my stuff. That's probably one of the main reasons why I lost like all of my film stuff, because it was all on my computer. And then when the computer died, well, yeah. And it literally melted. Like the fan stopped working and I had it like playing movies like overnight. And yeah, we like opened it up and it was literally like the entire side of it was like fucking melted. And we were like, shit. Okay, well that's not good.
let's return to that chilling thought from before. What if all those real human beings that you meet have built their reality from things that aren't real? What if every part of a human being besides the flesh and blood
and what's funny about that is you can tell that there are people that are like that out there. When you meet them, you know them. They're fucking NPCs. They have literally designated their reality upon something that's not reality because it's the only thing that they've experienced because they're terminally online. I lost a whole YouTube channel to my old laptop melting and shit. That's brutal. That's why I have like everything basically backed up on email, like all of my emails, like, you know, like multiple places, like physically in real life. Like, the only problem is most of it is written in code, but it's not very hard to figure out what the fuck I mean by it if you knew, like, for instance, my naming, like, structure, like the formulaic way that I do it, right? You would be able to probably guess my password from the code. And be like, oh, okay, he means this by that, and he means that by that. Okay, so this is, oh, that's an epic password. Okay, yeah, no, I get that. Right? I was a dumb 17-year-old also. It was just a stupid gaming channel. I mean, mine was all of my film. So, like, I wish I had uploaded it to a YouTube channel. And I wish I knew the YouTube channel that my buddy uploaded all of his stuff to. Because I'm sure he still has that YouTube channel with all of our old movies on it from, like, 2006 onwards. But I have no idea what the name of the channel is. The only one that I was able to find was the one that we did the music videos for, which was MCN, which is Matthew Cameron Nelson.
From things that weren't made by humans, but were made by machines? What if they were taught in school by AI, and AI graded their papers, and AI generated their textbooks? What if their only knowledge of social interaction came from chatbots? What if the only way they communicated with their parents was through AI-generated texts and emails? What if their sermons at church were AI-generated, and their confessional...
Speaking of that, the funniest thing I've ever seen was apparently... So a dad found his daughter's dildo in the shower. So he sent her an AI-generated video of Donald Trump basically being like, yo, I found your thing in the shower, you know, your little brother's in there, so, you know, just make sure to be a little bit more careful with your stuff, and, you know, like, your mom used to call it the Green Goblin, but holy crap, man, those things are getting huge, like, you know, don't hurt yourself, it's not the fucking Olympics, like, you know, anyways, love ya, bye. That's like, oh my god. That's so fucking hilarious. It was so fucking good. I'm like, and then I look at something like that, right? And that's something where I go, I hope that it's actually real. And, like, because of the context of it, I would absolutely believe that it was real. But I could also see it being staged for virality, which again comes back to the, it's not the fucking Olympics. Exactly, that was the best part. It's like you're not, like you're, you know, like shit. This isn't some, you know, you're not trying to be the biggest hole out there, you know what I mean? Oh god. But yeah, just the way that it was presented is like, that's what makes it so it's like, if it was staged, it doesn't matter because it's fucking funny, right? But if it's like a rage bait bullshit, like someone freaking out on an airplane, you know, like there's the one of like the black lady freaking out on an airplane because there's a black dude on the airplane, but it's like, she's like a lighter skin black and he's like super black. And it's just like the Asmon story of like, there's like the woman in the bank and she's like, you know, you got like N-words working behind the counter there, and she's black. And she's like, you know, freaking out that like these black people are like able to like deal with the money and stuff like that. And it's like, white people aren't just racist, everyone's racist. And even in among white people, we're still racist, because there's like tan people like Italians where we're like, no, you're a darker skin color than us. Calm down, it's not a competition. Oh, it's so good. But yeah. So like having it on a comedic level, I don't care if it's staged, but most of the like rage bait bullshit that people get like torn out of their seats over is like, I'm like, that's obviously staged. Like, or at least it's like 90% chance that it's staged. Right? And it's just, the whole point is to get a viral clip that makes people go fucking crazy because they think it's reality. And racism thing is true. Yeah. And I think the way to beat racism, the ultimate way to beat racism, and this is every person that's ever interacted with the most racist people, which are like, you know, like that guy, I don't remember his name, but, you know, he got the guy to quit the KKK, basically, because he just, like, slowly befriended him over time and changed his perspective. And it wasn't actually that he hated black people, it was that he just hated bad people. And he just projected bad people onto black people, to the point where he would even call people white N-words. And then it was like he came to this realization that they weren't white N-words, they were just bad people, and they weren't N-words, they were just bad people. And eventually he left the KKK. That's like the whole Latino population in the US. Well, yeah, look at like, how do Latino people in the US treat actual Mexicans? And like actual people from Spain, right? It's like it's like the Chinese versus the Japanese, right? It's like there's just, at least when it comes to China, right? There isn't really an animosity nationality-wise in Japan for China, but there is in China for Japan because it's perpetrated by the government to create them as the enemy society. Yeah, next level. Plus, because it's like they're like systematically, governmentally indoctrinated into racism to the point where the state is like, we'll lower your credit score if you don't call them N-words. Like, but that's a whole take on society and brainwashing and indoctrination versus like, you know, in a free society like America where people are still racist. And it's like, it's all perpetrated by a perspective that could be broken by people just talking to each other and realizing that all of those bad things that they hate about that race are also part of their own race, and that's just how humans are. And they actually don't they don't hate black people, they hate bad humans. And everyone hates bad humans, so everyone can unite over hating bad humans. It's like, who are the most inclusive people? They're racists. Because as long as you're a racist with them, they don't care. You know, he's black, but you know what? He hates brown people. I hate brown people too. Fuck brown people. Oh, he's brown, but he hates black people. I hate black people too. We can get along. It's all good. And it's like this mental gymnastics people do without realizing that that's what they've been doing the entire time to get to that period where they are. And what they think are their mental gymnastics are actually them going back to reality. Everyone going, so you leaving now, right? Please say yes. In my country, to Venezuelans. Well, it's the same thing. Like, so this is my outcome, Raymond. Would all of the Ukrainians that are in Canada or the US or anywhere else in the world under refugee status, if the war in Ukraine ends, would those refugees go back to Ukraine? Or like, what percentage of them do you think would go back to Ukraine? I think maybe 30% of them would go back to Ukraine. The rest would try to maintain permanent status inside of the countries that they're in. Because it's going to take like 10, 15, 20 years for Ukraine to get back to its pre-war status. Right? With like infrastructure, like rebuilding cities, you know, rebuilding the economy, and everything like that. So I think the same thing with the Venezuelans, where it's like people are like, well, hey, Maduro's gone, go back to your own country. It's like, well, yeah, but you know, we still gotta wait and see. There's still potential that the next guy gets elected is fucked. So, I mean, if you live in a country for like 15 years, yeah, that makes sense. Then it's like, you know, it might be harder for you to go back to your country because you've been living there for so long, right? But if you've been here for 6 months, I mean, like, maybe we could, you know, and if we're struggling to keep that amount of people here, maybe you can go back. You know, anyone who hasn't been here for like a year, now the Ukraine war is over, okay, you have to go back to Ukraine. Sorry, guys. We provided you the refugee status, but you no longer need to be a refugee. You can go back. And everyone after that, we're sympathetic towards you. If you want to go back, you can. If you don't want to go back, you don't have to. You're like basically a citizen now, right? Because you've basically been here long enough to integrate into society and prove that you can be a functional, positive aspect on the society. And then the means at which you came to the country shouldn't matter, right?
And therapy sessions were manned by artificial intelligence? What if the only books they read were AI generated and the only movies they watched were AI generated? If that person even bothered to take it upon himself to write his own novel with his own words and ideas, how real would it be? What if people no longer have a tether to reality? What if they treat the unreality that is produced by a machine as real? What if those people then write books and then
and I think this is a big thing of like taking literature. So literature in fiction is a two-way street. Food delivery market going to shit. Yeah. You take reality and you put it into fiction. But you also take fiction and bring it into reality. All's Venezuela's going back home. I mean, I can see that point of view too, right? Like, I can see all of the sides of it. It's just which one do people want to choose to pick?
Are read by the next generation. How long do you think it would take for human beings to lose basic reasoning, the ability to distinguish right from wrong?
We've already lost basic reasoning. We didn't need AI to lose basic reasoning. All we needed was a one-click button of someone to be able to tell us our opinion. So we've gone from just some random dude on the internet telling us our opinion to AI telling us our opinion. But either way, the outcome is the same. We don't have an opinion ourselves. But now, instead of there being actually someone out there who does have an opinion, so at least by proxy, you had an opinion. Now that opinion is purely AI. We didn't AI for slop content. Yeah, there was slop content before AI existed. AI did not create slop content. AI exacerbated slop content. Right? That's the problem. Is now it's the volume of it. You look at the volume of slop in 2009 because the amount of people that were online actually creating content is very minimal. Then you look at, let's say, 2018 and the amount of slop in 2018. If this was 2009 slop, this is 2018 slop. If this is 2018 slop, this is 2026 AI slop. If this is 2026 AI slop, this is 2028 AI slop. And it's just going to keep escalating further and further beyond that. And that's another thing, is like, what amount of the world is getting the biggest influence on AI? These third world countries aren't getting their equal fair share. So the AI that comes out in the future is going to have a heavily Western bias on everything that it's created on, because the majority of the work it's been fed is from a Western society.
Mind real from fake. Let's say you, a writer, choose to write a novel by exercising guidance and control over the AI while it generates your plot. Let me ask you this. If you guided a toddler in how to draw a house, would the resulting drawing be yours or the toddler's? In this example, of course, AI is the toddler. In this example...
And like, I can definitely see at a point conceding you could say that, but it's also the autonomy of being able to say, is it not the brush? And then you have to say, well, the reason why you would say it was the toddler is because the toddler is a real person. The reason why you wouldn't say it's AI, you wouldn't call it AI, you would call it yours, is because AI isn't a real person. So it's a differentiation between using it. Hi, did you guys like my story? These third world countries, me on a third world country, fuck. I'm sorry, Raymond, but even like, I'm not saying third world countries don't have access to the internet, but I'm saying the amount of content that America makes versus the amount of content that I don't know, what's a really small land, high population third world country? Like, what's the population of Chile, Raymond? Like, you guys have to be in like the hundreds of millions, right? Because a lot of these countries are significantly higher population than Canada, right? Whereas Canada's like 45 million people, right? For such a large landmass. Oh, you guys are only like 17 million. Okay, so like, but for your landmass, 17 million is probably a lot of people, right? Like, that's like half the amount of Canada, and you have like, what, 7 or 8% the landmass of Canada? So you should be more like 4 million to 8 million? Brazil has like a shit ton, the US levels. Like 400 million, 500 million in just Brazil. Okay, so like Brazil would be a great example of that, right? So it's like the amount of content coming out of Brazil versus the amount of content coming out of US versus the amount of population. The US is going to output a lot more content than Brazil is, because let's say 200,000 of those, or 200 million of those people in Brazil probably don't have internet access. Whereas maybe 50 million, 60 million people in the US don't have internet access. Maybe even lower than that, because even homeless people have internet access in most places. My room has a population of 1 person. Unfortunately, my room has a population of 0 people because I'm AI.
Human is letting the AI do most
Oh,
of
and Callie.
presumably.
Yes, I enjoyed your story, Callie. I really, really enjoyed your story, okay?
But let's turn things around.
Brazil
What
is
if
like a
you were the
universe of its
toddler
own.
and the one guiding you was the AI? What if everything you, the toddler, learned about houses came from a machine that had never seen one, had never touched its walls, been protected from the rain by its roof, or walked
It
with
just
its own
needs more
feet through the
smut, more
halls?
lesbian
That sounds sentimental,
fish.
but think of the reality. AIs that generate photos of realistic-looking people still constantly mess up anatomy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Why, when they have millions upon millions of photos to look at and literally unlimited time to practice, do they still screw up basic things like elbows and fingers and eyes and heads and literally everything else?
Yeah.
Why? Because a
I'm a
machine has
goop
never
to
seen a
bed.
human and
All
has no
right,
interest
sounds
in
good,
humanity
Callie.
or learning about anatomy.
More smut.
It has no craving for truth or reality or for representing reality accurately. It experiences no shame or embarrassment when it gets it wrong. It doesn't care because it's just software. The fear is not that AI is going to start to be indistinguishable from reality, because that isn't going to happen. The fear is that no
Reality
one will
will
care.
become
If no one cares, then
the
they'll
AI.
keep right on treating the fake like it's real. Then after a few decades of this, if that, the line between reality and simulation will blur.
The machine isn't
Not
there
because
yet.
they're
Yeah.
so similar, but
But it
because
will be
humanity
one
no
day.
longer has that touchstone to real reality.
And this is where I
You-
say that, like, the nuance of this conversation is the difference between actual artificial intelligence and large language models that we currently use. Right? Like, this all applies to even the most advanced, like, end game possible large language model until we move to actual cognitive synapse training and, like, biological fluid chemical like electrical impulses. We're not going to get to the level of actually being able to do AI, right? But when we do actually get to that level of AI, it will be so insanely potent. Realism is not art. Exactly. Like how many images are not real, right? Like there you get certain emphases on certain things, but at the end of the day, you don't, when you're painting a picture, right? You're adding your own perspective to it. That's why 2 people painting the same sunset will have dramatically different pictures, even though they're literally looking at what objectively should be the same reality.
to judge fake
Oh, we're
reality.
gonna have an ad in a sec here, so I'm just gonna keep this paused. Oh, but have a good night, Callie. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for hanging out. Your calves have cramping. Well, is it salt? Are you supposed to put like a little bit of salt in your water? Keeps salt in your water? Like, what is fiction? Is history fiction? What even is real in narrative? Yeah, so basically the question to me is, even if it's not reality, what is the value of it? Fiction can have more value than reality, so is reality even the utmost value we put on things? And the fact that we say, oh, it's reality, so it has a higher value, I question that. And I say, should we really put that value system on reality? We getting into axiology? Oh man, Raymond, where are you from? Yo, Averdadero. I'm from Canada. I'm from Canada. I need a toke though. 3, 2, 1, toke. You're from Uruguay? Nice. That's pretty sick. Love seeing people from all over the world.
And determine that it is fake.
Actually talking Spanish.
After
So does
a few
Raymond.
decades of that, if that,
Raymond, Spanish
real
too.
reality and fake reality will be indistinguishable. Again, not
So does
because
Cali.
they're so similar, but because the
We
human
defeat
mind
you
will be
in
so
the Copa
untethered from
Amero.
reality that it won't be able to register a
Uruguay.
distinction. We won't wait for grandma to
Daughter
die to
invite
resurrect her
and
with a
Faso.
hologram. We'll talk to the hologram and to the real grandma in exactly the same way as if they were one and the same. Is that future avoidable? Of course it is, but I don't make policy and I can't control adult humans with free will. The best we can do is choose the harder path. I know AI is kind of fun and I know it can seem really helpful, but everything it does for you, you can do for yourself. You just have to learn how, and learning how will make you a better person and a stronger person.
Yeah.
That goes for scheduling your day, understanding a book or article, figuring out how to talk to your angry girlfriend, learn a language, or, yes, writing a book. I get it. The AI tools that help you plot and brainstorm seem like a godsend when you're groping in the dark trying to figure out how to do something no one ever taught you how to do. But just because the AI makes it easier, arguably, does not mean that you've learned anything.
Yeah.
You're still in exactly the same place you started, but now worse off because you're no longer motivated to get better. I don't care what part of the writing process you're having trouble with. Never, ever use AI to help you. Not ever. Run a spell check if you want, but you shouldn't even use it for your grammar. Take a grammar course or read the Chicago Manual Style. Then you'll have actually learned the grammar. If you make a mistake, so
See,
what?
I don't
Fix it and move
agree
on
with
after all.
this in the fact of like, oh, don't use it. I'm just like, if you do use it, know that you should be doing these things on your own as well, right? And that you shouldn't be stagnating yourself with it. So I don't think it's that you should advocate to never use it. I mean, you absolutely can, but it's like, I don't think that's the best way to go about it, right? I think the best way to go about it is to train people to, because people are going to use it. So if people are going to use it, train them to use it properly and in an effective way, right? I don't need to know how microwaves work to use the microwave. True, Raymond. True. And you could even say this, like, comparing the oven and the microwave, it's more harmful, but it's quicker to use the microwave. It's more harmful, but it's quicker to use AI. But people will always take the shortcut and the quick way out. So knowing that and saying, I'm not going to cook everything in the microwave, I'm still going to use the oven. Like, I'm not going to cook my eggs in the microwave. I'm not going to cook my soup in the microwave. I'm not going to cook my ribs or my steak or my what's another thing that you could like cook in the microwave? Like my frozen food, like my chicken nuggets or my French fries or my lasagna or something like that, right? It's like when you have the option, you should use the oven, not the microwave. And then there's the all-encompassing two best pieces of technology that you cannot argue against. The air fryer, which is basically like a miniature portable oven, and fuck, why am I blanking on it? The crock pot things. A slow cooker. A slow cooker. If you have an air fryer and a slow cooker, you can pretty much cook any food in existence. Because you've got a dry oven and a wet oven, and that's all you need.
We're human beings, not machines. We learn a lot more from
But we
mistakes
are
than we
machines.
do
That's
from
another thing, too.
successes.
Is like,
But what if you
I consider humans machines. We are just very advanced, very complicated biological machines. We are just an assortment and a process of chemicals. That's why I believe that the consciousness is more than just those chemicals. The chemicals facilitate, such as a TV facilitates a signal. But consciousness is like the PC coming from an external source, and even then there's the greater PC, which would be like the digital space and the internet itself and the interacting with other people, interconnectivity. But us as humans would literally be the TV, which is constructed purely to have that information processed on it. But it is not where that information comes from, because if you just had a TV, you wouldn't have anything. You would just, like, you just have a blank TV. But if you had a computer and you didn't have a monitor, well, what the fuck are you doing? You don't have a computer. Like going, don't use calculators, use advanced math. Exactly. Like I was saying earlier, like the reason why I can't do long division is because calculators exist. So I never learned to do long division because I was like, this is fucking annoying and I'm really bad at it. So I'm just going to use a calculator. I'll learn how to do like fucking bed mass with like the brackets, like A times B bracket like B times C or whatever. Like I do that shit with like the FOIL or whatever. But like I can't do fucking long division because I just never tried. Even though FOIL is extremely more complicated and difficult than in an algebraic essence than it is long division just on its own. Yeah, not everyone has to learn that shit. Exactly. And that's why I'm like, I know that as a writer, I'm a good writer, but I'm not exactly an editor, and I don't have time to put that much effort in. So I put like a minimal amount of effort into learning to be an editor. I put like 20% in, right? I go through it and I say, okay, how can I improve this? I improve it to the best of my ability, and I say, all right, that was shit. Let's go to let's outsource this, whether that's to another person, another editor, or AI, to improve it past the point that I already did. But I've still improved myself with that story. I've still written out the story and then made sure that the end result is, and then I'll literally like pull excerpts from the main one and insert them in where it's changed wording that like I enjoyed it, like the ghost in the shadow, right? And that would be something I would keep because I think that's a strong saying, right? That whole paragraph is amazing. But intermittent in with that is all the other bullshit too. That's like, oh, this is what you don't need with it. Like we say in my country, looking at super complicated math or other shit. How do I buy bread with this stuff? Yeah. Turn this into something I can actually use.
Literary ability, but you're smart, so you don't want to use any kind of AI assistance at all. What then? If you want to improve your writing, you absolutely must do two things. Read and write.
Yep.
Read extensively
Yep.
across all genres. Read books that are a bit above your comfort level. Look
And
up
read
words you
books
don't
that are
know, like
bad.
idioms or literary devices you don't understand. Do not use SparkNotes, Wikipedia, or ChatGPT or Grok or
How does
any
this
other
help in my
human or
everyday
artificial
life?
summarizing tool. Do not ask the AI what it all means. Do it yourself. When you're done, you'll know more and your literary intelligence will have grown. This takes time. It's worth it. In terms of brainstorming, if your mind is empty, you fill it by reading. If you need ideas for a story or an essay or
Go
whatever,
experience
go
the
read.
world.
Don't watch Netflix. Don't binge One Piece or whatever. Actually read words on a page. As you read, the creative functions of your mind will power into life as you engage your brain to process the narrative.
How do you buy bread with math?
The
Simple. It
creative
proves that
process
the
and
store fucked you
imagination have been
over, so
found
you
to be
can
far
force them
more
to give your
active
money back
when
so you can buy
reading
more
than
bread
when
from an
viewing
honest
media.
store.
So read,
But if you have no
don't
money to
watch.
begin with
New
to buy
ideas
bread,
will
how do you
come,
do
and
that,
you will do
Sean?
so organically. Don't use AI.
It helps you if you
do
have
that,
money
you're
to buy the
disengaging
bread. Why
human
not
workings
use
of your creativity,
Wikipedia?
essentially
Literally
taking
a
out your
dictionary.
creative power core and replacing it with a machine.
Why
A machine,
not
by the
use
way, that
Wikipedia?
has been ingesting at best millions of Reddit posts.
Because,
and at worst, millions
Raymond,
of
I
books
would
or works of
say
art.
Wikipedia has extreme biases in a lot of places. So if you know that place has a high bias, I wouldn't use Wikipedia for it. Why bot?
Stolen from other writers and artists.
I know you're
Sure,
trying to
you
say
can
why
ask the
not.
machine to read all those books for you and then brainstorm on your behalf, but then you're getting a corporate-made machine's corporate critical literacy version of faked humanity specifically arranged and presented to please you instead of
Yay! You did it!
come out just like another
Wikipedia doesn't
textual version
require
of
anyone to
corporate
prove
Memphis.
that what they say is
The bottom
true.
line here is that humanity, as such, has already developed a daily
It's just how
reliance on
fast can
AI.
people edit it.
If that reliance
It's like
grows,
community
human
notes on
consciousness will be
Twitter.
at risk. If a writer allows this reliance to infect their creative process, they'll kill their literary talent. Will AI destroy the world? Why would it need to? Social media has made humanity into zombies. AI is going to come along now and guide them by the nose wherever the AI overlords want
They have
them
like
to
hardcore
go.
editors.
In terms of writing, if we keep going like this, actual real-life novelists will be so rare and so extraordinary that they'll probably be on the same level as artisan oil painters. So no,
Oxford
AI isn't going
Fleeks
to
in
kill
comparison.
literature. If anything, the AI apocalypse will finally make the divide.
But there are
between
certain
soft
areas,
and
Raymond, that
real
it's
writing
bad.
so wide
That's
that you'd have to be brain dead to
all
know
you have to
to
worry
spot the
about.
difference.
Is
The
there's like
unfortunate
3 or
fact is
4
that if more
places in
people keep
Wikipedia that
melting
you
their
shouldn't
brains with
trust.
social media and
And
AI
usually that's
relying,
around
the more
politics and
unable
media.
they'll be to recognize AI writing if a neon sign saying "written by AI" pops out of the book and punches them in the face. Or, far more likely, they just won't care. How long the publishers can continue like that is something only the future knows. How long these AI-reliant people are even able to read is something only the future knows. But it's up to you whether or not you let yourself become that. As I said before, I have a list of sources and further reading on my website. There's a link to that below. If you'd like an ad-free podcast version of this video,
Some,
I'm starting
but
to put
as
those on
in
my
general,
website
pretty
too,
good,
if you're
and it has
interested.
notes.
I've also got a link to that.
Yeah.
I've
Yeah.
also got a new
So
list of
I
future
agree with
reading
you in
recommendations
the
now that
most
we're
part,
into
but
the
it's
bitter
just like
part of the
anything. And the
season.
same thing goes with the
This has
dictionary,
made it
right?
to the end.
With
Thanks for watching.
Oxford's,
I can't
where it's
thank
like
all of
World's
you enough for all
Encyclopedia.
the
Like there
support
are
you've given me throughout
mistakes in the
2025.
World
Otto and
Encyclopedia.
I wouldn't be here without you all.
So
Here's
it's
to
like even that you have to
2026
take
and
with a
another
grain of
great
salt.
year. I don't want to say keep it real, but you know.
And it's like if something doesn't seem right, then that's the time to question it, right? Like I remember in school, they had the guy did the tree octopus thing where he made like the entire article about the tree octopus, and it was all self-referential sources, and then they made it so basically, which I don't know why this wasn't a thing before, but they made it so you had to source Wikipedia. So you couldn't use Wikipedia. You could go to Wikipedia, but then you go to Wikipedia and you go to the actual source site. Whereas before, you would just go to Wikipedia. And I was like, when they made the change, I was like, well, why wasn't this always a thing? Why didn't you have to always do the source? Why were you just allowing it to trust Wikipedia until it got to the point that so many people trusted Wikipedia that someone went out of their way to purposefully scam you to show that you shouldn't trust Wikipedia? People shits on Wikipedia too much. Oh, I know, Raymond. People do shit on Wikipedia too much, but it does have its downsides, which is why I'm glad that Elon wants to do, like, Grokpedia. Because you should never just have a monopoly, right? Why are there no competitors with Wikipedia, right? And the reason you should have competitors with Wikipedia is because if there's, let's say, 3 different sites like Wikipedia, and all 3 of them use the same sources, and all 3 of them say the same thing, that's pretty damn reliable, unless they're, like, as long as they're all independently owned and independently operated, and that's just how they organically come to those conclusions. And then you look at Wikipedia, and it says this one thing, and it's like, for instance, Donald Trump is a fascist. Whereas this other site says that people call Donald Trump a fascist, but there's no actual evidence that Donald Trump is a fascist. And the other one says Donald Trump is the greatest leader of all time. Right? And it's like, okay, we clearly see what you're trying to do here. But if you only have Wikipedia as one individual site, the chances of it continuously changing hands while people are like putting their own 2 cents into it is a lot higher. It is one of the oldest sites on the web. It is. And that's a really, really cool thing about it, Raymond, is that it is like, I'd say it's the oldest, most important site as far as like the connection that humanity has with the internet. Right? Like, it is the embodiment of human knowledge is pretty much on Wikipedia. From things down to cheat codes in video games, to how to build PCs, to how galaxies form, how quantum mechanics works, to all of the history of humanity across all of every language ever. Like, the concept behind it is so fascinating, and there's so many things that are just straight up what we consider factual knowledge, whether we can prove them to be or not, because we have a piece of evidence that says it, but you can never truly know. But since you can never truly know, we accept that, and we just say this is what it is, because that's the best we can do. And we know that our history is literally the best we can do. But just because it's the best we can do doesn't mean we should ignore it wholeheartedly. It just means we should question it at all points in time. But that doesn't mean we should just straight up call it wrong at all points in time. Also, Wikipedia in different languages. Always check on different languages. Use English and Spanish entries are so different. Oh, I believe that. I absolutely believe that, Raymond. And that's like a matter of interpretation through language, or that's a matter of misconstruing something in a presentation factor, right? Like when people go to the English wiki and they see Trump and they're like, oh, Trump's a piece of shit. And then they go to like the Spanish or Japanese version. Like, I think a Japanese version, because if you had like a Japanese version of Trump on wiki, I think they would basically call him a god. Because the Japanese fucking love Trump. Like, they think he is badass as fuck because they think of him like an anime character. Because he's just so ridiculous. And since they have no stake technically in him, they can have this perspective without being fumed at the fact that their country is falling apart because of it. Wikipedia entry for new metal in Spanish is so much longer than the US one. Yeah, it's probably way more in depth. I bet you if you look up anything that's Dragon Ball Z in Spanish, it's way, way better than it is probably even in Japanese, and probably way better than it is in English. Because the people that are writing it probably have way more investment in it. Even coming from, like, Japanese. Which I think is, like, that's how powerful it is as a cultural thing, right? But I would absolutely believe that. And I think that's a really cool thing, but it's something that you should be aware of, right? But I'm like, how do people, like, to me, this is something that's so obvious you would never state it, because that's like stating, well, you know, sometimes you say the wrong words and sometimes you can be misunderstood. Does that mean I have to say that every time I say something? No. Maybe if something's really bad and I'm like, okay, well, I didn't mean that. I understand how it could be interpreted that way, but I didn't mean that. 2/3 of the site is the Spanish wiki. Oh, I believe it. And that's another thing for, like, look at the population. Like, despite English being the, like, top language in the world, by population, English is, like, the 16th top language in the world. Because of how many people are in other countries. And there's only, like, 900 million people that speak English. Maybe less than 900 million people. That's like, what, 16%? If we're talking like 8 billion, that's like 16% of the population. Actually, no, that probably actually would be like, wait. I'm bad at math. I have no idea. I think it's 16%. It's 800,000. Or 800 million to 8 billion. That's 10%. 800 million to 8 billion is 10%. Portugal sneaking into the 4th or 5th place. Yeah. Because I'd probably say, like, my guess would be China, like Chinese. But the problem with Chinese, again, is also you have Mandarin and Cantonese, right? Same with, like, I'm pretty sure there's multiple ones for, like, Indian, right? Like, there's, like, um, Punjabi, there's, uh, but there's like 3 or 4 different ones, right? Other than like Punjabi, right? Like Hindu, um, but Spanish. There's so many countries that just speak Spanish: Chinese, Arab, Spanish, Portuguese, English. Wait, is that your? That can't be the actual one, right? There's no way English is higher than Indian. What about India? India, like Punjabi has to be on that list. But I agree, Arabic is actually another one. That's another really big one is I never thought of that one. India is See, that's what I was thinking too. Is their biggest problem the fact that they have too many languages? I could see that being true. And it's like, how many? What are we considering dialects versus languages, right? Like, how nuanced are we getting this? But I could definitely see that. Yeah, so I definitely concede. And I'd say maybe the top two would both be Cantonese and Mandarin, because each of those is probably around 600 to 800 million. But then again, there's the whole thing that China's lying about its statistics, and like the 1.8 billion in China is actually like 600 million. And of that 600 million, like 200 million of those like basically live in the outskirts on huts and villages and don't have running water. In an empire form, one also need to translated other shit to your own languages. Yeah. And then the more you conquer over the world, the more you have, right? Like another problem with India is India has been conquered by a lot of different places, so that's another huge language barrier there, right? Like the amount of Indians that are of British descent because of British colonization. So all info is in your language and don't need to learn other languages. Yeah. And then that makes it so you never see the differences between how each culture and language interprets the information and presents the information. So maybe the best way to get past propaganda is to look at multiple languages and how multiple cultures and multiple languages present the facts. And then you can triangulate there to find your best plausible possible outcome between that triangulation, right? I think that would be the most potent to do. But it's been a fantastic conversation, Raymond. I need to go to bed. I'm fucking tired as shit. I need to catch up on my sleep. I had like 3 hours of sleep. I had 3 meetings today. We did a D&D meeting. I had a meeting with someone I might collaborate with on YouTube. And then I was supposed to have a meeting with Book and Callie that I kind of fucked that up. Yeah. That's why you can't tell me certain times and then change the time. Oh, I just got here. I'm sorry, Sam. But we'll be back again tomorrow. English and Spanish, maybe French and German too. May I be the best ones at that. Just translate shit. Yeah. I'm sorry, guys. It is what it is, right? It's one of those days. Catch you tomorrow. All right. Thanks for coming by. Thanks for hanging out, guys. You guys are fucking awesome. Thank you so much. Remember, your creative mind is the spark that keeps your imagination alive. The more you fan those flames, the greater the spark, the greater the flame, the greater the imagination, the greater the creativity, the greater the pursuit. Remember, always improve yourself and never take good enough as good enough. And remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Alright, good night, guys. Thanks for coming by. We gotta get your views ready. Figure out who we are raiding today. I think we might raid Fabulich. But we will see who else is out there. Actually, you know what? She's doing reading and writing right now, so we're totally going to Fabulich. Absolutely going to Fabulich. So we'll see you guys tomorrow. Peace. Have a good night. Get your views ready. Here we go.
Into giving him those papers. The encounter had disturbed her considerably, for she realized that Nathan Gombet. Oh my goodness, hello. Intoxication, oh my. Welcome in, Raiders.
All right, we'll see you guys. Peace.
Oh, hush up, but